Greetings, warriors and dreamers. Welcome to the realms of sleep, where tonight we journey through the epic world of God of War. I am your guide through the 9 realms, where ancient gods whisper their secrets and mythic landscapes unfold before us. From the frost-covered mountains of Midgard to the golden halls of Asgard, these tales of gods and giants will carry you into peaceful slumber. Lay down your weapons, rest your weary head, and allow the legends of these powerful beings to become the landscape of your dreams. The battles have been fought, and now is the time for rest. So close your eyes, brave one. Let the fire of the hearth warm you as we begin our journey through realms both wondrous and dangerous. The winds of Midgard carried the scent of salt and frost as Kratos stood motionless atop the weathered cliff. Far below, waves crashed against jagged rocks with a rhythmic violence that echoed the turmoil within his own chest. He had climbed here alone, leaving Atreus asleep in their makeshift camp beneath the shelter of ancient pines. The boy needed rest before what lay ahead. So did Kratos. But rest had always been elusive for the ghost of Sparta. The fading daylight painted the vast northern sea in shades of amber and deep blue, colors that reminded him of distant shores and battles long past. This realm, so different from the sun-baked lands of his birth, had become a place of unexpected revelation. Here, among forests thick with secrets and mountains that seemed to touch the very roof of the world, Kratos had found something he had long believed lost forever, a purpose beyond vengeance, a path beyond destruction. His calloused fingers traced the faded markings on his skin, red against ashen grey, a permanent testament to choices made and consequences borne. The chains had long since been removed from his flesh, yet in moments of stillness like this, he could still feel their phantom weight. Freedom, he had learned, was not the absence of chains, but the strength to carry their memory without being bound by it. Storm clouds gathered on the distant horizon, dark and heavy with promise. They would reach this shore by morning, perhaps sooner. Time was a luxury they could no longer afford, yet Kratos found himself seeking this moment of solitude, this breath between decisions that could not be unmade. The approaching tempest mirrored the conflict awaiting them beyond, powerful, inevitable, and potentially transformative. Storms cleared away what was weak, revealed what had been hidden, forced change upon landscapes that had remained unaltered for ages. Quite the view from up here, Mimir observed, his voice subdued as if respecting the gravity of Kratos' thoughts. The severed head hung from Kratos' belt, positioned to observe the same sweeping vista. Though, I suspect you didn't climb all this way merely to admire the scenery. The ancient sage's presence was both intrusion and comfort, an odd companion for one who had spent centuries preferring solitude. Yet Mimir's wisdom had proven valuable enough to tolerate his incessant commentary, and, in rare moments, Kratos found himself appreciating the perspective of one who had witnessed even more of history's brutal cycles than he had. Kratos did not immediately respond. His amber eyes remained fixed on the boundary where turbulent sea met darkening sky. The wind tugged at his beard and the edges of his fur-lined cloak, but he stood unmoved, like the mountain itself given form. In the distance, a flock of birds wheeled and turned in unison, black silhouettes against the threatening sky, instinctively fleeing the approaching storm, seeking shelter while escape remained possible. Contemplation before battle is a warrior's right, he finally said, his deep voice barely audible above the wind, and a father's duty. Ah. Mimir replied knowingly. Thinking of the boy, then. Can't say I blame you. What awaits beyond those clouds is no small undertaking, even for a god. A god. The word still sat uneasily with Kratos, though he could no longer deny its truth. The blood of Olympus flowed in his veins, passed now to his son through a lineage he had once sought to escape. Divinity had brought him nothing but suffering, had transformed him into both victim and monster, a weapon wielded by forces he had not fully understood until it was too late. He had hoped to spare Atreus such knowledge, such burden. That hope, like so many before it, had proven futile. Kratos shifted his gaze downward to where the ocean churned against stone far below. The relentless assault of water against rock reminded him of his own existence. Constant resistance, erosion over time, yet the core remained. Changed perhaps, but never truly broken. How many forces had sought to break him? Gods and titans, fate and fury, his own unquenchable rage. All had tried and ultimately failed. He remained, scarred but standing, bearing witness to the fall of those who had believed themselves his betters. The ocean spray rose in misty clouds where waves met cliff, creating momentary rainbows when caught by the last rays of the setting sun. Beauty born of collision, of opposing forces meeting in violent harmony. Perhaps there was wisdom in that, a lesson he was only now beginning to comprehend. Strength, he muttered, more to himself than to Mimir. What does it truly mean? Now there's a question worthy of the greatest philosophers, Mimir responded with genuine interest. Though I suspect a man who has carried the weight of gods and titans on his shoulders might have insights even the wisest sages lack. Kratos had never considered himself a philosopher. In Sparta, thinking was valued only insofar as it served action, strategy that led to victory, discipline that forged warriors, cunning that defeated enemies. Contemplation for its own sake was seen as indulgence, weakness. Yet here, on this precipice between worlds, with responsibilities that transcended mere survival or conquest, he found himself drawn to questions that had no simple answers, wrestling with concepts that could not be subdued by blade or fist. The sky darkened further as twilight descended upon the realm. Stars began to appear between breaks in the clouds, pinpricks of light in the growing darkness. Kratos found his thoughts drifting to Sparta, to lessons learned beneath a merciless sun, and the unforgiving instruction of men who shaped boys into weapons for wars that never truly ended. They had taught him to fight, to kill, to conquer. They had not taught him to live, to love, to build rather than destroy. Those lessons had come later, at far greater cost. In Sparta, Kratos began, his tone shifting as memories surfaced. Strength was measured by what one could endure, by how much pain could be inflicted upon enemies. He closed his eyes briefly, seeing again the training grounds where boys fought until blood soaked the dust, where weakness was beaten out and hardness hammered in, where he had excelled, rising above his peers through a combination of natural gift and relentless determination, never suspecting the price such excellence would one day demand, by how much death one could deliver. The wind carried the salt tang of the sea, so different from the dry heat of Greece, yet somehow triggering memories just as vivid, of battles fought under banners now forgotten, of men who had followed him into glory and doom alike, of oaths sworn and broken in the pursuit of victory at any cost. The young Spartan captain he had been would not recognize the figure he had become, scarred, solitary, seeking penance rather than conquest. A rather limited perspective, Mimir offered gently. Yes. The admission came without hesitation, surprising even Kratos himself. Time had granted him perspective that rage had once blinded. It was insufficient. Insufficient to prepare him for the machinations of gods. Insufficient to protect his family when divine vengeance sought him out. Insufficient to prevent his transformation into the very monster he had once sworn to defeat. The strength of Sparta had made him a weapon, but had not taught him when to strike and when to stay his hand, when to advance and when to retreat, when to trust and when to doubt. A gust of wind swept across the cliff, carrying with it the distant cry of a hunting falcon. Kratos tracked its flight, a dark silhouette against the deepening blue sky. The bird's wings spread wide, riding currents invisible to the eye yet undeniably present. Like fate itself, unseen but felt, shaping the path ahead. He had once believed himself bound to a destiny of destruction, trapped in a cycle of violence from which there could be no escape. Fae had shown him otherwise, and now their son represented possibility he had never dared imagine, a legacy beyond bloodshed, a future not determined by the failures of the past. "Father!" Atreus's voice drifted up from the path below, soft yet clear in the evening air. "Is everything all right?" The sound pulled Kratos from his reverie, anchoring him once more in the present moment. There was something in the boy's voice that always managed to pierce through the fog of memory and regret that sometimes threatened to envelop him. A clarity, a purpose that reminded him of responsibilities that transcended his own troubled past. Kratos turned slightly, watching as his son navigated the rocky trail with practiced ease. The boy had grown stronger in both body and spirit since their journey began. Each challenge faced, each truth revealed had shaped him, just as the waves below shaped the stone through persistent force. Gone was the frail child who had struggled to draw a bowstring. In his place stood a young warrior beginning to understand his own considerable power, for better or worse. Where once Atreus had stumbled on such terrain, now he moved with the sure-footed confidence of one born to the wilds. His steps were deliberate, his balance perfect, even as loose stones shifted beneath his feet. Faye's training showed in every movement, the subtle awareness of environment, the economy of motion, the respect for the land that supported him. These were gifts beyond price, lessons that would serve the boy long after physical strength began to fail. "Yes," Kratos replied, his voice softening imperceptibly. "The camp is secure." Atreus reached the summit, slightly breathless from the climb but standing tall beside his father. The wind immediately caught at his fur cloak, making it billow behind him like wings. For an instant, Kratos saw not just the boy who stood before him, but glimpses of the man he might become, strong yet compassionate, powerful yet wise, carrying the legacy of both parents while forging his own distinct path. "Everything's fine, I just woke up and you were gone." The unspoken concern hung between them, a testament to losses both had endured. Fear of abandonment lingered in the boy despite all reassurances, just as wariness of attachment haunted the father despite all evidence of its necessity. The last rays of sunlight caught in Atreus's hair, turning it to burnished gold against the darkening sky. His eyes, so like his mother's in both color and perception, held questions he was still learning to articulate. Kratos recognized the expression, the gathering of courage required to broach subjects that might trigger his father's legendary reticence. "I needed to see what lies ahead," Kratos explained, gesturing toward the gathering storm. To prepare. The boy nodded, his gaze following his father's toward the horizon. It looks big. The storm, I mean. It is, Kratos confirmed. No attempt to shield the truth. He had learned that lesson through bitter experience, that protecting Atreus meant preparing him, not sheltering him from reality's harshness. A comfortable silence fell between them, father and son united in contemplation of the brewing tempest. There had been a time, not so long ago, when such moments would have been filled with tension. Kratos unable to express the thoughts that troubled him. Atreus afraid to ask the questions that consumed him. Now they could stand together in shared quiet, each respecting the other's process, neither demanding what could not yet be given. The approaching storm painted the clouds in deepening shades of purple and grey, occasionally illuminated from within by distant lightning that had not yet found voice. Nature's power gathering, building toward inevitable release. Kratos had witnessed similar patterns in battle, the quiet tension before the clash of armies, the held breath before steel met flesh and blood-soaked earth. There was beauty in such moments, terrible and profound, when potential energy gathered before transformation into kinetic force. They stood together in silence, father and son atop the world, watching as darkness claimed the sky and stars multiplied in their thousands. The wind continued its mournful song around them, weaving through ancient stone formations shaped by centuries of similar gales. Overhead, stars emerged in constellations both familiar and foreign to Kratos' eye. Patterns that had guided sailors and warriors in his homeland, replaced by northern configurations, with names and stories he was only beginning to learn. The Great Bear wheeled slowly around the fixed star, marking time's passage with celestial precision. The same stars had watched over his birth in Sparta, had witnessed his rise and fall in Greece, had guided his journey north to these frozen lands. They would continue their eternal dance, long after he had returned to dust. There was comfort in that continuity, that perspective which rendered even gods temporary against the canvas of cosmic time. You know, Mimir interjected thoughtfully, his voice breaking the extended silence. There's an old tale about storms in these parts. The Jotnar believed great storms were actually the breath of sleeping giants, their dreams spilling into our realm as wind and thunder. Atreus' eyes widened with interest, the natural curiosity that sometimes worried Kratos, yet also filled him with peculiar pride. The boy's hunger for knowledge, for stories, for understanding of the world around him was insatiable. A trait inherited from his mother, who had collected tales and wisdom like others gathered material treasures. Really, mother never told me that one. Well, she might have had her reasons. Mimir continued, his wooden features somehow conveying thoughtfulness despite their limited mobility. Some stories are saved for when they're most needed. The Jotar were particularly selective about which traditions they shared and when, believing that knowledge, like all things, has its proper season. Kratos considered this. Faye had indeed been selective in what she taught their son, revealing some skills immediately while withholding others until specific moments. Her foresight, which had once frustrated him as unnecessary secrecy, now revealed itself as careful preparation, planting seeds that would grow when conditions proved right, laying foundations for revelations the boy would need to face what lay ahead. Dimi said, the largest storms came from the deepest dreaming, Mimir elaborated, clearly enjoying having an attentive audience in Atreus. That giants who had slumbered for millennia occasionally stirred in their sleep, causing tempests that could reshape coastlines and flatten forests. After such storms, The ancient Northmen would search for footprints or other signs of giant passage, believing momentary breaches between sleeping and waking realms might have occurred. The wind gusted stronger, as if responding to Mimir's tale, carrying with it the first hints of rain, scattered drops that struck exposed skin with cold precision. The storm was advancing faster than it had first appeared, the boundary between preparation and experience narrowing with each passing moment. Rather like strength itself, wouldn't you say, brother? This last question was directed at Kratos, a gentle prompt to continue the interrupted contemplation. The head's perception was keen, recognizing the rare moment when the typically taciturn warrior might be willing to share insights normally kept firmly guarded. There was wisdom in seizing such opportunities when they presented themselves. Kratos studied his son's face in the fading light. The curiosity, the intelligence, the determination that reminded him so much of Faye. What legacy was he leaving this child? What measure of strength was he teaching him? The boy watched him expectantly, hungry for whatever wisdom his father might impart, treasuring these rare moments of verbal connection like precious artifacts from a hidden realm. There are many kinds of strength, Kratos began, the words coming with unusual deliberation. The strength to destroy is easiest to recognize, to break what stands before you. His hand unconsciously moved to rest on the handle of his axe, feeling the familiar weight. I excelled at this kind. Atreus listened intently, sensing the rarity of such openness from his father. But there is strength in building, Kratos continued, in healing what is broken, in restraint when rage burns hottest. His gaze returned to the horizon, where lightning now flickered distantly within the storm clouds. In these, I was deficient. You're better now, Adrius offered quietly. You're learning. The simple observation struck Kratos with unexpected force. Learning. Even now, after centuries of existence, countless battles and the fall of gods at his hands, he was still learning. Perhaps that was its own kind of strength. The capacity to change, to grow beyond what fate and circumstance had intended. Yes, he acknowledged, placing a hand briefly on his son's shoulder. We both are. Below them, the sea's fury intensified as the approaching storm stirred deeper currents. Waves crashed with greater force against the cliff face, sending spray high enough that occasional droplets reached them even at this elevation. The taste of salt mingled with the scent of pine and earth, Midgard's elements converging around them. Do you remember what you told me about my bow? Atreus asked suddenly. During my first hunt, Kratos searched his memory. I told you many things. You said a weapon is only as good as the one who wields it, Atreus recalled. That it's an extension of yourself. Yes, I've been thinking about that, the boy continued, his voice gaining confidence. Maybe strength is like that too. It changes depending on who has it and how they use it. Mimir chuckled appreciatively. By the gods, the lad has wisdom beyond his years. Couldn't have put it better myself. Kratos studied his son with newfound appreciation. The observation was astute, perhaps more insightful than Atreus himself realized. Strength, like any power, was neither inherently virtuous nor corrupt. Its nature was determined by its wielder's intent, by the heart that directed its application. Your mother would be proud of that thought, Kratos said quietly. Atreus' eyes widened slightly at the rare compliment, then softened with the mention of Faye. Do you think she would be proud of us? Of what we're doing? The question lingered in the wind-swept silence. Kratos considered what lay before them, the confrontation that could not be avoided, the forces they would challenge, the truths they still sought. Faye had set them on this path with her final wish, but the journey had become far more complex than either had anticipated. Yes, he answered finally. She knew what she asked of us, what it would demand. His voice grew firmer. She would not have chosen this path if she did not believe we could walk it. The conviction in his tone seemed to reassure Atreus, whose shoulders relaxed slightly. The boy moved closer to the cliff's edge, peering down at the turbulent waters below with the fearlessness of youth. Kratos resisted the urge to pull him back, recognizing another lesson in strength, knowing when to protect and when to trust. The Spartans, Kratos found himself saying, believed that fear was weakness, that to acknowledge doubt was to invite defeat. He joined his son at the edge, feeling the spray of distant waves on his face. They were wrong. Atreus looked up in surprise. It was rare for his father to speak of Sparta, rarer still to hear him contradict its teachings. True courage is not the absence of fear, Kratos continued, meeting his son's gaze. It is action despite fear, perseverance despite doubt. His voice deepened. Even the strongest warrior knows fear. The difference lies in what follows. I am afraid, Atreus admitted, his voice small but steady, of what's coming, of what we might find. He gestured toward the storm on the horizon, of what might happen to us. Kratos nodded, neither dismissing the fear nor amplifying it. As am I. The simple acknowledgement hung between them, profound in its honesty. A god of war admitting fear not as weakness but as wisdom, recognition of what was at stake, of what could be lost. Well, this is quite the moment, Mimir observed softly. If I still had a body, I suspect I'd be feeling a chill down my spine that has nothing to do with the wind. Lightning flashed again, closer now, briefly illuminating the three figures on the cliff in stark relief. The towering warrior with his weathered face, the young boy with determination beyond his years, and the severed head that still carried ancient wisdom in its wooden features. An unlikely family, forged through shared trials rather than blood alone. When I was a boy, Mimir said into the comfortable silence that followed, my father told me that storms were opportunities for the brave. While others seek shelter, he would say, the wise find advantage in chaos. Your father sounds like a Spartan, Kratos. Hardly, Mimir laughed. He was a scholar, actually. Terrible with a sword, but brilliant with words. What he meant was that disruption reveals what might otherwise remain hidden. Storms strip away pretense. Atreus seemed to consider this. Like how rain washes away tracks and makes new ones visible. Precisely, lad. The coming conflict will reveal truths about gods and men alike. About ourselves as well, I'd wager. Thunder rumbled in the distance. A deep bass note that seemed to resonate within Kratos' chest. The storm was drawing closer, perhaps only hours away now. Soon they would need to descend, to prepare their weapons and equipment, to steel themselves for what must be faced. But for now, this moment of reflection held its own value. A different kind of preparation, equally vital to what lay ahead. Kratos found his thoughts turning to the many battlefields he had known. From the sun-baked hills of Greece to the snow-covered forests of Midgard, he had fought and killed and survived. But it was not the victories he recalled now, not the enemies fallen before his blades, or the glory earned in combat. Instead, he remembered the quiet moments between, the breath before the charge, the stillness after the slaughter, the weight of decisions that could not be unmade. I believe, he said slowly, each word deliberate, that strength lies in balance, between force and restraint, between action and reflection. His gaze moved from the approaching storm to his son's attentive face, between what we were born to be and what we choose to become. Atreus nodded, absorbing the lesson with characteristic thoughtfulness. Like you chose to be more than just the ghost of Sparta. Like you chose to be... He hesitated. To be my father. The words struck Kratos with unexpected force. Yes, he had sired the boy, but truly being a father, that had been a choice made daily, often imperfectly, sometimes reluctantly, but ultimately with growing conviction. It was perhaps the most difficult battle he had ever fought, not against gods or monsters, but against his own nature, his own past, his own fear of failing this child as he had failed others before. Yes, he acknowledged, the single syllable heavy with meaning. A comfortable silence settled between them as the last light faded from the western sky. Stars burned more brightly now, ancient constellations that had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, the birth and death of gods, the struggles of mortals and immortals alike. Kratos identified patterns he had known since childhood. Warriors and beasts immortalized in the heavens, their stories preserved in points of light. The stars are different here than in Greece, he observed, surprising himself with the comparison. Memories of his homeland came rarely, and seldom, without pain. Really? Atreus looked up with interest. How so? Kratos pointed toward a bright cluster of stars. In Sparta, we called those the shield of Hercules. Here they are the eye of Tyr. Same stars, different stories, Mimir noted. Rather like people themselves, wouldn't you say? Depending on who's looking and what they're searching for. Atreus studied the formation with new appreciation. I like that the same thing can have different meanings depending on where you stand. Indeed, Mimir agreed. Perspective shapes reality more often than many would admit. Your father was both demon and hero in Greece, depending on who told the tale. Kratos tensed slightly at the observation, but did not contradict it. Both were true in their way. Destroyer and deliverer, villain and victim, weapon and wounded. He had been many things, worn many titles, earned many names. The ghost of Sparta, the god of war, the slayer of gods, father. This last title, the simplest and newest, somehow carried more weight than all others combined. Lightning split the sky again, closer now, momentarily turning night to day with its brilliant flash. Thunder followed almost immediately, a deafening crack that seemed to shake the very cliff beneath their feet. The storm was approaching, faster than anticipated. We should return to camp, Kratos decided, noting how the wind had strengthened, driving occasional raindrops before it like scouts preceding an army. Secure our equipment before the full storm arrives. Atreus nodded, though he seemed reluctant to leave this moment behind. Father, he said as they turned from the cliff edge, thank you for talking to me about strength and everything. Kratos paused, finding words where once there would have been only awkward silence. You have earned the right to understand, not just to follow orders, but to know why they are given. The boy straightened with pride at this acknowledgement of his growth. Together they began the descent, navigating the steep path with practiced caution. The wind whipped around them more fiercely now, carrying the distinct scent of rain and electricity. Despite the deteriorating conditions, Kratos found his mind clearer than it had been in many days, as if the approaching storm had somehow organized his thoughts rather than scattered them. "I've been pondering what you said earlier, brother." Mimir spoke as they carefully traversed a particularly narrow section of trail, about the different kinds of strength. "There's one you didn't mention that bears consideration." "What kind is that?" Atreus asked, his natural curiosity undiminished by the worsening weather. "The strength to begin again," Mimir replied. "To lose everything, to face complete devastation, and still find reason to continue. To build anew, rather than surrender to despair." His wooden eyes seemed to fix meaningfully on Kratos. It may be the rarest strength of all. Kratos met the gaze briefly, recognizing the truth in the observation. How many times had he lost everything? How many times had he stood amid the ashes of his former life, covered in blood, both others and his own, with nothing remaining but the hollow victory of survival? And yet each time he had continued, not always well, not always wisely, but he had refused the final surrender. And now here he was, guiding his son down a mountain path in a realm far from his birth, preparing to face yet another battle that was both necessary and unwelcome. Beginning again. "The strongest steel," Kratos said quietly, "is forged in the hottest fire and quenched in the coldest water. Extremes shape it." He placed a steadying hand on Atreus' shoulder as the boy navigated a slippery section of rock. "But too many such treatments make it brittle. That's why the best blades are tempered," Athrys added, drawing on knowledge Brock and Sindri had shared. "Heated again, but not as hot. Cooled slowly, not quenched. It balances the hardness with flexibility." "Yes," Cracklin confirmed, pleased with his son's understanding. "Balance in all things." They continued downward as the first substantial raindrops began to fall. Fat, heavy drops that struck the ground with audible impacts. The storm's advance guard had arrived, and the main force would not be far behind. By the time they reached the forest's edge, the rain had increased to a steady percussion against leaves and earth alike. Their camp lay just ahead, the small fire they had left now reduced to glowing embers under the assault of increasing rainfall. The shelter Tracy had constructed earlier, a clever arrangement of pine boughs and oilcloth, remained intact, offering protection for their essential gear and sleeping furs. Despite the worsening conditions, there was something comforting about returning to this humble space they had created together. "We should add support to the windward side," Kratos observed, already moving toward a fallen branch that would serve their purpose. "The full storm will test its strength." Together, they reinforced the shelter, working efficiently with the unspoken coordination that had developed between them over months of travel. Atreus anticipated his father's needs, passing supplies before they were requested, suggesting improvements that Kratos acknowledged with nods of approval. The boy's ingenuity complemented the warrior's experience, creating solutions neither might have devised alone. "Fine fortress against the elements," Mimir commented as they completed their work. "Reminds me of shelters the ancient Northmen would build during their seasonal hunts. Simple, but remarkably effective." Lightning flashed overhead, thunder following with barely a breath between. The storm was directly above them now. Rain fell in sheets, transforming the forest floor into a network of tiny streams and pools. Within their reinforced shelter, however, they remained relatively dry, the carefully angled roof channeling water away from their sleeping area and supplies. Kratos added wood to the struggling fire, positioning larger pieces to shield the smaller kindling until it caught again. Soon a modest flame pushed back against the surrounding darkness, casting dancing shadows across their shelter's interior. The constant drumming of rain created a rhythmic backdrop that was oddly soothing despite its intensity. "Should we try to sleep now?" Atreus asked, arranging his furs near enough to the fire for warmth without risking stray sparks. Kratos considered the question. Rest would be wise before what awaited them, yet he sensed the boy had more on his mind, questions held back during their time on the cliff, but still seeking answers. "Soon," he replied. "But first, tell me what troubles your thoughts." Atreus looked surprised at the invitation, then grateful. He settled more comfortably, cross-legged on his sleeping furs, the firelight illuminating his features. For a moment, Kratos was struck by how much older the boy appeared compared when their journey began, not just in physical growth, but in the wisdom that now tempered his expressions, the patience that balanced his natural enthusiasm. "I've been thinking about tomorrow," Atreus began carefully, "about what we might face." He traced patterns in the dirt floor absently with one finger. "The gods we've met so far, they weren't what I expected. They were disappointing," Kratos finished for him. "Yes." Atreus looked up, relieved at the understanding. Balder, Thor, even Freya in her own way. They're also angry, selfish. His brow furrowed. "Is that what being a god means? Being powerful but broken inside?" The question hung in the air, weighty with implications that stretched beyond tomorrow's confrontation to encompass Atreus's own developing identity. Kratos felt the familiar urge to deflect, to offer simple reassurance or stern distraction. But the boy deserved better, deserved truth, however difficult. "Gods," Kratos began slowly, choosing each word with care, "are not defined by virtue or wisdom. Power alone makes one a god, the ability to shape reality through will and strength." His expression darkened slightly. "What that power reveals is what already exists within, like a magnifying glass," Atreus suggested. "Making everything bigger, good or bad." "Yes," Kratos nodded, appreciating the analogy. "A mortal man's flaws may harm a family, a village. A god's flaws devastate nations, realms." He stared into the fire, memories of his own devastation flickering in its depths. "I have learned this at great cost." Thunder crashed overhead, punctuating his words with cosmic emphasis. Rain continued its relentless assault against their shelter, but it held firm. A small triumph of preparation against nature's raw power. "But it doesn't have to be that way, does it?" Atreus pressed, his voice gaining strength. "Being a god doesn't mean you have to be cruel or selfish. It's still a choice." Mimir, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, now spoke from where Kratos had carefully placed him near the fire's warmth. "The lad's right, you know. History has known gods of healing as well as harm, of creation as well as destruction." His wooden features seemed to soften in the firelight. "Rare as diamonds, mind you, but they existed. Kratos considered this. Throughout his blood-soaked history, he had encountered gods of every conceivable domain and disposition. Most had been corrupt, arrogant, indifferent to suffering they did not themselves experience. But there had been exceptions. Beings of power who wielded it with restraint, with purpose beyond self-interest. Few had survived the capricious politics of divine realms, but they had existed. It is possible, he conceded, but difficult. Power bends the mind toward its own preservation and expansion. It requires constant vigilance against corruption. His eyes locked with his son's. Constant choice against one's baser nature. Atreus absorbed this, his expression thoughtful. Like you choosing not to kill people who haven't wronged us. Like you teaching me to hunt only what we need. Yes. Kratos was surprised by the examples. Small moments he had not realized carried such significance for the boy. Small choices build upon each other. They form a path. A path to what? Adri asked. Kratos found himself without an immediate answer. What was the destination of this path they walked together? What final form would their journey take? Once, his goals had been simple. Survival, vengeance, escape from the consequences of his actions. Now, with this child before him, everything had become more complex, more consequential. To something better, he finally answered, than what came before. Lightning illuminated their shelter briefly, casting their shadows against the rear wall, one massive, one small, yet somehow equally substantial in their solidity. In that flash, Kratos saw something he had missed before. That Atreus was not merely following him, but standing beside him, not just receiving wisdom, but contributing his own. The path they walked was being formed by both of them, step by step, choice by choice. That's enough, Mimir observed quietly. Isn't it? To strive for something better, even without certainty of success? Kratos considered the question seriously. Was it enough? After centuries of bloodshed, of gods toppled and civilizations altered through his actions, was it sufficient to simply aim for improvement rather than perfection? To acknowledge the flaws within himself, yet continue forward anyway? It must be, he answered finally, for it is all we have. The storm continued its assault, yet within their humble shelter, a different kind of weather seemed to be clearing. The tension that had gathered around tomorrow's confrontation remained, but it had been contextualized, placed within a larger framework that made it manageable, if not diminished. We should rest now, Kratos decided, seeing fatigue beginning to show in his son's posture, despite the boy's attempts to hide it. Tomorrow will demand our full strength. Atreus nodded, arranging himself in his sleeping furs with practiced efficiency. The constant sound of rainfall created a soothing backdrop that would make sleep easier despite the occasional crash of thunder. Before settling completely, however, he asked one final question. Father, what do you think happens after all this? After the storm passes. Kratos paused. Understanding the question went beyond tomorrow's weather, to encompass all that awaited them. Battles, revelations, choices that could not be undone. It was not something he had allowed himself to consider often, focusing instead on the immediacy of survival and the next necessary action. I do not know, he admitted, but we will face it together. The simple promise seemed to satisfy Atreus, who nodded and finally surrendered to sleep's approach. Within minutes, his breathing had settled into the deep, regular rhythm of youth's unburdened rest. Kratos remained awake longer, adding occasional wood to the fire, listening to the storm's fury gradually diminishing as it moved eastward across the realm. The thunder grew more distant, the lightning less frequent, though rain continued its steady fall, cleansing, renewing, transforming the world outside their shelter. In the fire's dying light, he studied his sleeping son's face, features relaxed in unconsciousness, all curiosity and concern temporarily set aside. So much rested on those young shoulders, so much potential for both greatness and suffering. The responsibility of guiding such a child weighed heavily, yet Kratos found himself increasingly grateful for its burden. "He is remarkable, isn't he?" Mimir observed softly, his voice barely audible above the rain. "A perfect balance of both his parents. Your strength, her wisdom, and something entirely his own besides." Kratos did not disagree. "He sees what could be," he said after a long pause, "where I have seen only what is." "The gift of youth," Mimir suggested, unburdened by experience's weight. Perhaps. Kratos considered this, or perhaps simply a better heart than mine. Mimir's wooden features arranged themselves in what might have been a smile. "You're too hard on yourself, brother. That heart of yours has changed more than you admit, even to yourself." Kratos did not respond directly, but he did not reject the observation either. Instead, he settled himself near his son, assuming the position of rest, while maintaining the awareness that had kept him alive through countless nights in hostile territory. As sleep approached, his thoughts returned to their conversation on the cliff. About strength, about choice, about the path ahead. The storm would pass, as all storms do. What remained would be determined not by prophecy or divine decree, but by the choices made in its aftermath. By a father and son walking the boundary between human and divine, between past sins and future possibilities, between what they were born to be and what they might become. In the distance, thunder rumbled one final time. Not a threat, but a reminder. A promise of power that could destroy or renew depending on how it was met. Kratos welcomed the sound as he surrendered to sleep, finding in it not an enemy, but a companion, in the quiet contemplation of strength's true nature. Outside their shelter, the rain continued its gentle fall upon Midgard's ancient earth, preparing the ground for whatever would grow when morning came. If you enjoyed the quiet before the storm, join us next time for The Weight of the Past, where we follow Kratos as he confronts memories of his former life, while teaching Atreus valuable lessons about carrying the burden of history. The cold northern wind whispered through the narrow opening of the cave, carrying with it the distant echoes of battle that punctuated the otherwise silent night. Kratos sat motionless before the small fire he had built, his massive frame cast in dancing orange light that threw his shadow against the rough stone walls. The flames reflected in his eyes as they stared, unblinking, into the heart of the blade. Outside, the moon hung low and heavy, partially obscured by clouds that promised snow before dawn. Inside, protected from the elements but not from his thoughts, the ghost of Sparta prepared for what was to come. Beside him lay the Leviathan axe, its enchanted metal gleaming coldly in the firelight. On his other side, placed carefully on a flat stone, rested the blades of chaos. Weapons he had once thought buried with his past, now unearthed by necessity. His fingers worked methodically, almost unconsciously, As he sharpened the curved edge of one blade with a whetstone worn smooth from years of use, the rhythmic scraping sound filled the small space, punctuated only by the occasional crack of burning wood and the soft howl of wind finding new paths through the mountain. The motion was meditative, back and forth, allowing his mind an anchor in physical reality as his thoughts drifted through realms of memory. Each pass of the stone against metal revealed a slightly cleaner edge, the accumulated damage from countless battles gradually giving way to renewed lethality. There was comfort in this simple process, this tangible transformation, from worn to renewed, damaged to restored. If only flesh and spirit could be repaired with such straightforward effort, such reliable results. But the scars that truly mattered were not so easily addressed, the edges of the soul not so readily resharpened. The blade of chaos grew warm in his hand as he worked, not from friction alone, but from something intrinsic to the weapon itself, as if it anticipated the battle to come, hungered for it in a way that resonated with some primal part of his own nature. Even after all this time, after all the blood they had spilled together, the connection between warrior and weapon remained unnervingly intimate. They had been forged in the same fires of rage and purpose, had been tempered in the same rivers of consequential bloodshed. When Ares had bound these blades to him, the pain had been excruciating. Physical agony, as the chains burned through flesh to bone. Magical torment, as the weapon's essence merged with his own. But that initial suffering had paled compared to what followed. The years of servitude, the atrocities committed in the god of war's name, and finally, the ultimate horror of awakening from bloodlust, to find his wife and child dead by his own hand, their blood still wet on the very blades he now maintained. The whetstone paused momentarily as the memory surfaced, still razor-sharp despite the centuries that had passed. Some wounds never truly healed, some burdens never lightened with time's passage. He had carried the ashes of his first family bound to his skin, a self-imposed penance that had transformed him physically, the pale ash contrasting starkly with his natural olive complexion, earning him the title that still followed him, the Ghost of Sparta, a fitting name for a man caught between life and death, between mortal and divine, between past that could not be escaped and future that remained uncertainly formed. Kratos had chosen this cave carefully, high enough to provide a clear view of the valleys below where forces gathered, yet concealed enough to offer temporary sanctuary, a place to prepare, to rest, and, though he would not have admitted it aloud, to think. The battle would come with the dawn, inevitable as the tide. This brief solitude was not a luxury, but a necessity. A warrior sharpens more than his blade before combat. The whetstone paused in its motion as Kratos tilted the blade of chaos, examining its edge in the firelight. The weapon seemed to pulse with a dull reddish glow that had nothing to do with the fire's reflection. An inner heat that never fully cooled, a rage that never completely subsided. His thumb traced the edge, testing its sharpness. Satisfied, he set it down and reached for its twin, beginning the same methodical process once more. As his hands continued their practiced routine, Khrushchev's mind drifted, not to the coming battle, but backward, to earlier wars, earlier lives. The memories came not as a gentle tide, but as they always did, like a breach in a dam, sudden and overwhelming. He did not fight them tonight. Instead, he let them wash over him, knowing that sometimes, to move forward, one must first look back. The fire crackled, sending a shower of sparks upward, and in their brief, brilliant flight, Kratos saw the torches of Sparta. He saw himself as a boy, small but already fierce, standing in the training grounds of his homeland. The Spartan instructors moved among the young warriors, their voices harsh, their expectations merciless. The sun beat down on them without mercy, the dust rising in clouds around their feet as they practiced the movements that would one day save their lives or end their enemies. A Spartan never lets his back hit the ground, they would say. Spartan never surrenders. These were not merely instructions, but commandments, the foundation upon which their entire society was built. The dry dust of the training yard filled his nostrils, mixed with a metallic scent of blood from split lips and broken noses, the smaller wounds that prepared boys for the greater ones to come. Pain was not the enemy, but the teacher, and Kratos had been an apt pupil. Even then, something in him had burned hotter than in the other boys, a driving force that pushed him beyond normal limits, that turned his failures into fuel rather than defeat. He remembered one day in particular, when he had faced an older, larger opponent in the wrestling circle. The other boy had thrown him 3 times in succession, each impact driving the air from his lungs, each defeat drawing jeers from some of the onlookers. On the 4th attempt, something had shifted within the young Kratos, not just determination, but a spark of the rage that would later define him. He had moved differently, had found strength beyond what his young body should have contained. The older boy had gone down hard, the crack of his arm breaking audible across the training yard. The instructors had not punished him for the excessive force. Instead, they had watched him more closely afterward, had pushed him harder, sensing something valuable in his capacity for controlled violence. The uncontrolled blade cuts its wielder first, one had told him, his scarred face impassive. Learn to direct your anger, boy, or it will direct you. A lesson he had understood in principle, but had taken centuries to truly learn in practice. Again, the instructor would say, after Kratos had been knocked down for the 5th time, his young body aching, his pride burning hotter than any physical pain. And he would rise, again and again, until he was the one leaving others in the dust, until even the older boys avoided his gaze, stepped carefully around him in the meal hall, recognized something in him that went beyond ordinary ambition or skill. The memory shifted, blurring like sand redistributed by wind, reforming into later years. Now he stood taller, broader, a man grown and battle-hardened. The copper smell of blood was stronger here, mingled with the scent of burning wood and cooking fires. The walls of Troy loomed in the distance, silhouetted against the setting sun, their imposing height a challenge that had resisted Greek efforts for nearly a decade. Around him, Spartan warriors prepared for the coming day's fighting, sharpening weapons, repairing armor, sharing stories in low voices that never quite disguised the underlying tension before battle. He could almost feel the weight of his Spartan armor, so different from what he wore now, yet the burden was familiar. The responsibility of command had rested heavily on his shoulders, each decision carrying the weight of lives, each victory marked not just by glory, but by the cost paid in blood. The whetstone moved steadily across the blade's edge, matching the rhythm of marching feet in his memory, the disciplined cadence of Spartan phalanxes moving as one entity, spears forward, shields locked. An unstoppable human fortress advancing across battlefields from Greece to Persia and beyond. He had led them to glory after glory, his reputation growing with each campaign until even the gods took notice. The gods. The whetstone paused momentarily before resuming its work. How young he had been then, how proud, and how blind. When Ares had appeared to him in that desperate moment, offering power in exchange for service, it had seemed like salvation. The chains that bound the blades of chaos to his forearms had burned through flesh to bone, a physical pain that paled compared to what would follow. The cave seemed to grow darker despite the steady fire, the shadows deepening as his thoughts turned to the darkest chapter of his past. He could still hear their screams sometimes, in dreams he could never outrun. His wife, his daughter, fallen by his own hand in a temple he had been tricked into attacking during his bloodlust. The horror of that moment had never diminished, never scarred over. It remained an open wound that time had not healed. The rage that followed had been all-consuming, a fury directed first at Ares for his deception, then at all the gods of Olympus for their manipulation and indifference, and finally, perhaps most destructively, at himself. Vengeance had become his sole purpose, his only reason to continue drawing breath in a world suddenly stripped of all other meaning. Kratos set the second blade down, now home to lethal perfection. He reached for a cloth and began to methodically clean each weapon, removing the fine metal dust left by the whetstone. His movements remained steady, but his breathing had grown slightly heavier as the memories continued their relentless advance. He remembered the fall of Ares, the moment when the god of war had realized too late that he had created his own destruction in his chosen champion. The satisfaction Kratos had expected to feel at his revenge had been hollow, fleeting. He had become the new god of war then, ascending to Olympus, but godhood had proven to be just another form of chains. The gods had feared him, had sought to control him, and when that failed, to destroy him. Their fear had been justified. His war against Olympus had been cataclysmic, each god falling before his unstoppable rage, until Zeus himself, father of gods and men, had fallen by his hand. Mountains had crumbled, the sea had risen to claim the land, and darkness had covered the sun as the natural order collapsed with the death of those who maintained it. He had been prepared to die then, his vengeance complete, his purpose fulfilled. He had driven the blade of Olympus into his own body, releasing the power of hope to a devastated world. But death, it seemed, had not wanted him. Outside the cave, the wind changed direction, bringing with it the scent of pine and snow. Kratos inhaled deeply, letting the present moment anchor him before the past could pull him under completely. He reached for the Leviathan axe next, though it required less maintenance than the blades. The dwarven craftsmanship had ensured its edge remained preternaturally sharp, its enchantments intact despite the battles it had seen. Still, the routine offered focus, purpose. As his fingers traced the intricate runes etched into the axe's surface, his thoughts turned to a different time, a different land, to the north, where he had sought not conquest or vengeance, but escape. He had wandered for longer than he could remember, crossing seas and mountains, putting as much distance as possible between himself and the ruin of Greece. Whether he had been running from his past or toward some unknown future, he could not have said. Perhaps both, or perhaps neither, a man simply walking, one foot before the other, with no destination in mind beyond the next horizon, until he had found her. Faye. The memory of her face surfaced in his mind, clearer than many of the others. She had been gathering herbs in a forest clearing when they first met, her movements calm and deliberate, a woman entirely at home in the wilderness, that would have challenged lesser beings. The dappled sunlight filtering through ancient pines had caught in her auburn hair, had highlighted the quiet strength in her features, the watchful intelligence in eyes that had already seen more than most mortals could comprehend. She had looked up at his approach, her hand moving subtly toward the axe secured at her belt, not in panic, but in the measured readiness of someone accustomed to danger. Yet she had shown no fear despite his imposing presence, his obvious foreignness, the aura of barely contained violence that had followed him even into this self-imposed exile. Instead, there had been curiosity in her eyes, and something else, a recognition perhaps, not of who he was, but of what he carried within him, of what they might become to each other, given time and trust. Neither was prepared to offer easily. "You are a long way from home, stranger," she had said, her voice carrying an accent he had not heard before, musical yet sturdy like the land itself given voice. He had not replied. Words had never been his strength, but he had stopped walking for the first time in what felt like years, had stood at the edge of her clearing, neither advancing nor retreating, a tacit acknowledgement that he had entered her territory and would respect its boundary. Their second meeting had come weeks later, after he had established a crude shelter in a different part of the forest. He had been tracking a deer when he found himself unexpectedly in the same clearing. She had been there again, though this time she sat on a fallen log, skillfully working a piece of leather with bone tools, transforming the raw material into something useful through practiced movements. "The stranger returns," she had said, without looking up, though he had made no sound he was conscious of. "Have you found what you seek in these woods?" "I seek nothing," he had answered, his voice rough from disuse, the words awkward in his mouth after so long in solitary silence. She had looked up then, her eyes meeting his directly, unafraid of what she might find there. "Everyone seeks something," she had countered, "even if it is only absence." The insight had unsettled him, this perception from a woman who knew nothing of his history, yet somehow recognized the nature of his wandering. He had turned to leave, uncomfortable with being seen so clearly, with the possibility of connection when isolation had been his chosen penance. "The storm comes soon," she had called after him. "Your shelter will not withstand it. There is a cave 2 miles north, where the stream forks around the standing stones. It would serve you better." He had paused, surprised by the offered help, suspicious of it, as he had grown suspicious of all unexpected kindnesses. But when he had glanced back, she had already returned to her work, apparently unconcerned whether he heeded her advice or not. This absence of agenda, of hidden motive, had been so unfamiliar that he had not known how to respond except with a brief nod before continuing on his way. The storm had indeed come, more ferocious than he had anticipated, with winds that threatened to uproot the ancient pines and rain that fell with the intensity of spears driving into soil. His shelter, constructed with more consideration for concealment than structural integrity, had begun to collapse around him in the early hours. Almost against his will, he had found himself following her directions, fighting through the cave she had mentioned. He had found her there already, a small fire burning near the entrance, cast in its orange glow as she calmly prepared a meal from provisions stored in a bark container. She had looked up at his arrival, water streaming from his massive frame, and had simply gestured toward the fire. "The gods must favor you," she had observed as he cautiously approached. "Few find their way through such weather without their guidance." "The gods favor no one," he had growled, the words emerging before he could consider them. They use mortals for their amusement, nothing more. Instead of taking offense, she had studied him with increased interest, as if his bitterness revealed something significant. You speak from experience, she had noted. Not a question, but an acknowledgement. Yes. The single word had carried the weight of centuries, of betrayals and losses, of a vendetta that had consumed his life and ended the lives of gods and mortals alike. She had nodded, accepting this without pressing for details he would not have provided. Then you have learned what many never do, despite lives spent in devotion. She had offered him a wooden bowl filled with some kind of stew, the steam carrying scents he did not recognize but found unexpectedly appealing. Here, the gods are different. Not better, perhaps, but different. More distant in some ways, more present in others. He had accepted the bowl cautiously, their fingers briefly touching in the exchange, a momentary contact that should have meant nothing, but had somehow registered as significant, like the first tentative step onto a bridge spanning an uncrossable chasm. The food had been unlike anything he had tasted before, flavored with herbs and spices particular to these northern lands. He had eaten silently, allowing the simple act of nourishment to ground him in the present moment, to briefly quiet the ghosts that followed him ceaselessly. "You have a name?" she had asked after the meal was complete, as they sat watching the storm continue its assault on the world outside their temporary shelter. He had considered not answering, maintaining the anonymity that had become both shield and prison during his years of wandering. But something about her directness, her lack of fear or judgment, had made evasion seem unnecessary, even cowardly. "Kratos," he had said finally, the syllables of his own name strange in his mouth after so long without hearing them spoken. "Faye," she had responded simply. Then, after a pause, "Rest, Kratos. The storm will pass by morning." They had not fallen in love quickly or easily. Trust had come slowly for both of them. Two solitary beings with secrets buried deep, with scars both visible and hidden. Weeks had turned to months, occasional encounters evolving into deliberate meetings, shared meals becoming shared hunts, brief conversations lengthening into discussions that revealed compatible perspectives, despite vastly different backgrounds. The fire dipped momentarily as another gust of wind found its way into the cave. Kratos added another log, watching as the flames caught and climbed once more. The Leviathan axe gleamed in his hands, its surface now wiped clean, its edge perfect. Faye's final gift to him, a weapon meant not for conquest, but for protection, for survival in this harsh land she had called home. When she had placed it in his hands for the first time, teaching him its ways, he had felt something shift within him. This was not a weapon bound to him by dark pacts or divine chains. It had not been forced upon him or accepted in desperation. It had been given freely, with trust, a choice rather than a sentence. And then there had been Atreus. The boy's birth had changed everything, had given Kratos a purpose beyond mere existence, beyond the endless walk away from his past. From the first moment he had held his son, small and fragile yet surprisingly strong, Kratos had known a new kind of fear. Not the fear of defeat or death, which he had long since made his companions, but the fear of failure in this newest and most important role. Father. Faye had been the one to name him Atreus, after a Spartan warrior she said had been known for his kindness as much as his strength, a quality she hoped their son would inherit. Kratos had not corrected her, had not told her he had known the man himself, had fought alongside him in campaigns long buried by time. Atreus of Sparta had indeed been kind by the harsh standards of their culture, but he had also been fierce, loyal to the death, a worthy namesake. The years that followed had been the closest to happiness Kratos had known since childhood. A small cabin in the woods, isolated from the troubles of gods and men, with a wife who understood silence and a son who filled it with questions and laughter. He had built the life with his hands, each log of their home placed with care, each hunting trip providing food for their table. Simple, tangible, real in a way godhood had never been, but the peace had been temporary, as he had always known it must be. The gods, it seemed, were jealous in every land, under every name. Faye's death had been the ending of that brief season of peace, the beginning of a new journey, unexpected and unwanted. They had burned her body on the pyre he had built, Atreus standing solemn and confused by his side. Her final wish, to have her ashes spread from the highest peak in all the realms. A simple request that had led father and son into the complex politics of gods, giants, and ancient prophecies. Kratos set the Leviathan axe down carefully, his maintenance complete. All three weapons now lay before him, gleaming in the firelight, each representing a different chapter of his long existence. The blades of chaos, his past, his sins, the rage that had defined him for so long. The Leviathan axe, his present, his responsibility, the path he now walked, not alone, but as a father. And between them lay an empty space, the future, yet to be determined, yet to be armed. He reached for the small pouch at his belt, withdrawing a cluster of dried herbs Faye had taught him to recognize. Casting them into the fire, he watched as the flames turned briefly blue-green, filling the cave with a sharp, clean scent that cleared the mind and fortified the spirit. Another of her lessons. Simple magic for practical purposes, so different from the grandiose displays of power he had witnessed on Olympus. The strength of this land is in its subtlety, she had told him once, as they stood watching the northern lights dance across the winter sky. Its magic does not announce itself with thunder and lightning. It seeps into bone and blood, works its changes slowly, steadily, like water shaping stone over centuries. He had not fully understood her meaning then, perhaps he still did not. But he had begun to respect the quiet power of this place, so different from the sun-baked marble and olive groves of his homeland. The north had its own gods, its own rules, its own dangers, but it had also offered him a second chance, however brief, at something resembling a life rather than mere survival. The distant sounds of preparation for battle grew momentarily louder as the wind shifted again, carrying with it the clank of armor being donned, the metallic singing of weapons being tested, the low murmur of voices offering final instructions, or perhaps last prayers to gods who rarely answered. By dawn, the forces would be positioned, the conflict inevitable. This fight was not of his choosing. Few truly were, despite what he had once believed about forging his own destiny. But this time, he fought not for glory, or vengeance, or even survival alone. He fought for Atreus, for the future of a boy who still had the chance to become something better than his father had been. Kratos had left his son sleeping in a secure location further up the mountain, a decision that had prompted argument, as most decisions involving the boy's safety now did. Atreus had grown not just in stature and skill since their journey to Jotunheim, but in confidence and determination as well. No longer content to simply follow his father's commands without question, he pushed boundaries, tested limits, sought reasons and explanations where once he would have accepted authority without challenge. I should be with you. Atreus had insisted when Kratos announced his intention to scout the enemy's position alone. We're stronger together. You've said so yourself. It was true. He had said those very words, had recognized the unique strengths their partnership brought to any conflict. The boy's archery had improved remarkably, his command of runic magic growing with each passing month. His ability to understand and translate the various languages they encountered had proven invaluable countless times. Yet still, Kratos found himself instinctively shielding his son. Not from all danger, for that was impossible in the world they inhabited, but from unnecessary risk. From battles that could be faced alone. There are preparations I must make, Kratos had answered, his voice revealing none of the complex emotions beneath the simple statement. Alone. The boy had studied him with those eyes that sometimes seemed far older than his years, that hinted at the ancient bloodlines converging within him. You're going to do the thing again, aren't you? Where you sit and remember all the worst parts of your life before a fight. The observation had been so unexpectedly accurate, so devoid of childish misunderstanding, that Kratos had actually blinked in momentary surprise. When had the boy become so perceptive? When had he learned to see through his father's stoic exterior to the rituals and habits that maintained it? It is necessary, was all he had said in response, neither confirming nor denying the assessment. But it had been enough. Atreus had nodded, a gesture eerily reminiscent of Faye in its quiet understanding, and had stepped back. I'll be ready when you return, he had promised. Be careful, father. That simple instruction, be careful, still echoed in Kratos' mind as he sat before the fire. Such ordinary words, spoken by countless ordinary parents and children throughout the realms each day, yet from his son's lips they carried weight beyond their syllables. Be careful, return, survive, stay. They were the words of someone who had already lost one parent and feared losing another, who understood mortality not as abstract concept but as lived experience. Kratos closed his eyes, his posture straight despite the weariness that ran bone deep, that had accumulated not over days or years, but centuries. In the darkness behind his eyelids, he saw them all, the faces of those he had lost, those he had killed, those he had failed. His first wife and daughter, forever frozen in that moment of horror and recognition. The countless soldiers who had fallen before his blades, gods and titans alike destroyed in his relentless campaign of vengeance. Family, enemies, innocents caught between. The weight of the past pressed down upon him like the sky itself, a burden he had carried for longer than most men lived. But then, emerging from that crowd of shadows, came Faye's face. Not as she had been at the end, weakened by illness, but strong and fierce as when they had first met. Her eyes held no judgment, no accusation. They offered instead a certainty he had rarely felt, that despite all he had done, all he had been, she had seen something in him worth loving, worth trusting with their son. The measure of a god is not in his strength, she had told him once, when he had lost his temper over some minor frustration, not knowing, or perhaps knowing precisely, the weight those words would carry for him. It is in what he chooses to destroy and what he chooses to protect. The fire crackled loudly, bringing Kratos back to the present moment. He opened his eyes, his decision made, though he had not been consciously deliberating. He would use both, the blades of chaos and the Leviathan axe, in the coming battle. not one or the other, not past or present, but the whole of his experience, the entirety of who he had been and who he was becoming. He rose to his feet, his joints protesting slightly, a reminder that despite his godly heritage, his body inhabited the mortal world, subject to its demands and limitations. The countless battles, the endless walking, the weight of weapons and armor, all had left their mark, not in weakness, but in the deep, persistent ache that had become as much a part of him as his red tattoos. Standing at his full height, Kratos rolled his massive shoulders, feeling the familiar pull of scar tissue across his back. His body bore the record of his life more honestly than any scroll or saga. Each mark a chapter, each healed wound a lesson. Some had been inflicted by enemies, others by those he had once called allies. The deepest, perhaps, had been self-inflicted, though whether by blade or by choice remained a distinction without difference. Moving to the cave entrance, he looked out over the moonlit landscape spread before him. The night air carried a sharp cold that cut through even his considerable tolerance, honed through years in these northern lands. His exhaled breath formed clouds that dissipated quickly in the wind, ephemeral as mortal lives. In the distance, torches moved like fireflies as forces gathered, their movements betraying purpose and preparation. Beyond them lay mountains still shrouded in pre-dawn darkness, their peaks reaching toward stars that were beginning to fade as night retreated. The terrain below was familiar to him now, the dense pine forests, the frozen lakes that shattered like glass under sufficient force, the rocky outcroppings that provided vantage points for those who knew where to look. So different from the olive groves and marble temples of his homeland, yet he had learned its ways, had adapted as he always did. Survival demanded nothing less. His gaze swept systematically across the landscape, assessing approaches, identifying potential ambush points, calculating distances with the practiced eye of a warrior who had seen more battlefields than most men had seen sunrises. The coming fight would be neither simple nor brief. The forces gathering below were substantial, their purpose aligned against his own. But he had faced worse odds, had stood alone against gods and walked away, bloodied but unbroken. Still, something about this particular conflict sat differently within him. Perhaps because Atreus would be fighting at his side. No longer the novice boy struggling with bow and confidence alike, but rapidly becoming a skilled warrior in his own right. Pride and concern warred within Kratos' chest at the thought. Pride in his son's growing capabilities. Concern for the dangers that would inevitably find him because of who and what he was, because of who and what his father was. The wind changed direction suddenly, bringing with it new scents. Pine resin, wood smoke, the metallic tang of weapons being prepared, and, beneath it all, the faint smell of fear emanating from the gathered forces below. They knew who approached. The ghost of Sparta's reputation had spread even to these distant lands, carried on the whispers of those few who had faced him and survived to speak of it. The highest peak in all the realms, they had reached it. He and Atreus had fulfilled Faye's final wish after journeys that tested them both in ways neither could have anticipated. The scattered ashes had caught the wind, carried upward as if drawn toward Jotunheim's endless sky, toward ancestors who had awaited her return. In that moment, watching the last physical remnants of his wife disappear into the vastness, Kratos had felt something shift within him. Not the closing of a wound, for some never truly heal, but a changing of purpose. An ending and a beginning, wrapped together as tightly as the threads the Norns were said to weave. But the journey had revealed far more than either had anticipated. The truth of Faye's heritage as one of the Yotar, the giants whose conflict with the Aesir had shaped the very geography of these realms. The revelation that she had known their path all along, had marked the trees to guide them after her passing. And most significantly, the truth about Atreus himself. The boy was not simply his son, he was Loki, child of prophecy, foretold in ancient murals and whispered legends, destined to play some role in the coming Ragnarok that would destroy and remake the world. The revelation had shaken Kratos more than he had shown, had stirred memories of other prophecies, other destinies, that he had both fulfilled and defied through the sheer force of his will and the depth of his rage. After all his efforts to escape the manipulations of gods and fate, to find himself and his son enmeshed in another divine drama seemed a cruel joke. A reminder that some chains could never be truly broken, only exchanged for others. The irony was not lost on him, that in seeking to flee the world of gods and their schemes, he had unwittingly stepped into another pantheon's machinations, had fathered a child whose very existence was entangled with cosmic events beyond any mortal's control. Had Faye known this when they met? Had she sought him out specifically, recognizing something in him that would serve her people's purposes when combined with her own bloodline? The question haunted his quieter moments, rising unbidden in the spaces between thoughts, in the silence before sleep claimed him. He had no answer, might never have one, and had come to accept that some mysteries would remain unsolved, some wounds unhealed, some questions unanswered. Yet this time was different. He was different. The centuries had changed him, not always visibly, not always for the better, but undeniably. The rage still lived within him. It always would, as essential to his being as blood and bone, but it no longer ruled unchallenged. Beside it now stood other forces. Determination, certainly, but also something that might be called wisdom, hard-won through centuries of mistake, and something else, something he had once thought burned out of him in the fires that had claimed his first family. Love. Complicated, imperfectly expressed, but real. For Atreus, for the memory of Faye, perhaps even in moments of rare honesty with himself, for the man he might yet become. A faint lightening of the eastern sky caught his attention. Not dawn yet, but its promise. The battle would begin soon. He turned back to the cave, to the weapons that awaited him, each carrying its own history, its own burden, its own power. The blades of chaos seemed to pulse as he approached, as if sensing his proximity, eager for the combat to come. Once, their hunger had matched his own, a perfect symmetry of weapon and wielder, both consumed by bloodlust. Now he recognized their eagerness but did not share it. He would use them because he must, because some enemies could only be defeated by fire and fury. But he was no longer defined by what destruction he could reap. Beside them, the Leviathan axe waited, its presence cooler, steadier, a counterbalance to the blade's heat. Faye had wielded it before him, had imbued it with her own strength and purpose. When he held it, he sometimes felt her guidance still, subtle as a shift in wind direction, showing him not just how to fight, but why. Kratos gathered the weapons methodically, securing each in its place, the axe at his back, the blades at his sides. The familiar weight settled onto him, not comforting exactly, but right, necessary. His fingers traced the scars on his forearms where the chains of the blades of chaos had once bound him. Flesh and weapon made one through divine cruelty. The physical wounds had healed long ago, leaving only the raised, reddened skin as testament. The deeper wounds remained. He paused at the fire before leaving, looking down into the flames that had witnessed his night of remembrance. The northern lights had taught him that fire need not only destroy, it could also illuminate. Perhaps memory served a similar purpose, not merely pain to be endured, but light by which to see the path ahead more clearly. With a gesture, he extinguished the fire, plunging the cave into near-darkness, relieved only by the faint pre-dawn light finding its way through the entrance. It was time. The past had been acknowledged. The future awaited. Between them stood only the present moment, the eternal now, in which all battles were ultimately fought and all choices made. Kratos stepped out of the cave into the cold morning air, his breath visible in clouds that dispersed quickly on the wind. Below, in the valley, movement had increased. The preparations were complete, the confrontation imminent. For a brief moment, he closed his eyes, centering himself as Faye had taught him, finding the quiet space within the storm that always raged inside him. When he opened them again, his gaze was clear, focused, resolved. The ghost of Sparta had been many things in his long existence. Warrior, slave, god, destroyer, wanderer, husband, father. Today he would be what the moment required, what Atreus needed him to be. The weight of the past remained, would always remain, but it no longer bent his shoulders. Instead, it had become the foundation upon which he stood, facing whatever came next. The sun's first ray broke over the eastern mountains, catching on the blade of the axe at his back, sending a flash of light across the valley like a signal. In that moment of illumination, Kratos began his descent toward the battlefield, each step measured and deliberate. The god who had once sought to bring Olympus crashing down now moved with purpose toward a different kind of fight. One fought not for vengeance or glory, but for a future he might never see. Behind him, the cave stood empty save for the lingering scent of fire and the invisible weight of memories confronted. Ahead lay uncertainty, danger, the possibility of failure that haunted every battle. But between past and future, in the perfect clarity of the present moment, the path was clear. One step, then another. The weight carried, not discarded, the lessons learned, not forgotten. This was not redemption. Kratos had lived long enough to know that some debts could never be fully paid, some wounds never completely healed, but it was perhaps something equally valuable: continuation. The chance to be more than the sum of past mistakes. The opportunity to ensure that Atreus would inherit not just his father's strength and scars, but also the wisdom that had come at such terrible cost. As the distance between Kratos and the cave grew, the weight of the weapons at his back and sides settled into familiar balance. The blades of chaos, forged in underworld fires and stained with countless deaths. The Leviathan axe, born of ice and purpose, a protector's weapon. Past and present, destruction and preservation, rage and love. Not opposing forces, but complementary ones, like the dualities Faye had so often spoken of. The sun continued its ascent, casting long shadows westward as Kratos made his way down the rocky slope. With each step, the memories that had consumed his night vigil receded, not forgotten, but properly placed, behind him, informing but not determining what lay ahead. The battle awaited, his son awaited. Whatever came next, He would face it not as the god of war or the ghost of Sparta, but simply as himself. Kratos, carrying the weight of all he had been, moving toward what he might yet become. The distant sounds of preparation grew louder as he neared the valley floor. Voices calling orders, metal striking metal as final adjustments were made to armor and weapons. The nervous whinnying of horses sensing the tension in their riders. The familiar symphony of pre-battle, a music Kratos had heard more times than any mortal could count. But this time, as he walked steadily toward what awaited, something was different. The rage still burned within him. It always would, but alongside it burned something else. A clarity of purpose, a certainty, not of victory, but of necessity. He fought now not because he knew nothing else, not because bloodshed was his nature, but because there were things in this world worth protecting, worth preserving, worth the weight carried and the price paid. Ahead, the first figures noticed his approach, turning to watch as the pale warrior with the red markings came down from the mountain. The ghost of Sparta, the god of war, the father of Atreus. Kratos, as the first golden rays of dawn spilled over the eastern mountains, Kratos descended the final stretch toward the valley floor. The weight of the weapons at his back and sides settled into familiar balance. The blades of chaos carrying the burden of his past. The Leviathan axe embodying his present purpose. He moved with deliberate economy, each step placed with the precision of a warrior who understood that battles were often decided before the first blow was struck. The night of reflection had served its purpose. The memories, both painful and instructive, had been acknowledged, their lessons absorbed. Now his mind cleared, focusing entirely on what lay ahead. The distant sounds of preparation grew louder as he approached. Metal striking metal, voices calling orders, the nervous energy of forces gathering for conflict. These sounds had accompanied him throughout centuries of warfare, as familiar to him as his own heartbeat. When he reached the edge of the forest, Kratos paused momentarily, surveying the terrain with tactical assessment. The valley opened before him, morning mist still clinging to its lowest portions, creating an ethereal landscape where visibility shifted unpredictably. Such conditions could be either advantage or hindrance, depending on how they were utilized. Already, his mind catalogued approaches, retreat paths, defensive positions, the automatic calculations of a warrior who had survived countless engagements, not through luck, but through meticulous preparation. He would need to collect Tereus soon. The boy would be awake by now, perhaps already practicing with his bow despite the early hour. His son's dedication had grown alongside his skills, his natural talents enhanced by diligent application. There was pride in that observation, a father's recognition of qualities worthy of respect, regardless of the complicated emotions that surrounded their relationship. The camp they had established was hidden in a small ravine half a mile to the north, concealed by dense pine growth and protected by subtle wards Atreus had learned to create. Not impenetrable defenses, certainly, but sufficient to warn of approach and delay enemies long enough for preparation. Faye's teachings continued through their son, her knowledge living on in ways neither father nor son had fully anticipated. Kratos adjusted his course, moving parallel to the valley's edge, rather than directly toward the gathering forces. Better to reunite with Atreus first, to ensure the boy understood the strategy Kratos had refined during his night of solitude. They would face what came together, as they had faced so many challenges since beginning their journey. The morning air carried the scent of approaching snow, a metallic coldness that promised changing weather. before nightfall. Another factor to consider, another element that might influence the coming engagement. In this northern land, winter itself could be the most dangerous opponent, more relentless than any god, more implacable than any monster. Kratos inhaled deeply, letting the cold air fill his lungs. He had weathered worse conditions, had fought in circumstances far less favorable. Whatever came with this day's battle, he would meet it with the accumulated wisdom of his long existence. Not just the rage that had once defined him, but the clarity that had gradually emerged from its fires. The sun continued its ascent, burning away portions of the valley mist, illuminating the path ahead. Kratos moved forward with renewed purpose, leaving the solitude of reflection behind. The time for remembrance had passed. Now came the moment for action. The axe blade split the wood with a single clean strike, its edge glowing faintly blue in the fading light of dusk. Kratos withdrew the Leviathan from the fallen log and set aside another piece of firewood before straightening to his full height. He rolled his shoulders, feeling the familiar weight of responsibility settle upon them once more. The scent of fresh-cut pine filled the air, mingling with the earthy dampness of the approaching evening. Tomorrow would bring battle. Another in the endless progression that had defined his existence across realms and centuries. But tonight, there would be quiet. Kratos gathered the split wood into a neat stack near their cabin, his movements methodical and precise, each action deliberate in its economy. Atreus had departed hours earlier to hunt with Mimir, insisting that his father take this rare opportunity for solitude. The boy had grown perceptive beyond his years, recognizing the subtle signs of tension in Kratos' bearing that even the Spartan himself sometimes failed to acknowledge. "You need time to prepare, father," Atreus had said, securing his bow across his back with newfound confidence. "I'll return before full dark." There had been no argument in his tone, merely the quiet certainty that had begun to replace childish insistence in recent months. Kratos had responded with a simple nod, the briefest softening around his eyes, conveying what words could not. Now, with the immediate tasks completed and several hours of daylight remaining, Kratos found himself drawn toward the dense forest that bordered their clearing. Without conscious decision, his steps carried him along a seldom-used path that wound between ancient pines, whose massive trunks spoke of centuries undisturbed by axe or fire. The forest floor, carpeted with fallen needles, absorbed the sound of his footfalls, creating an enveloping silence broken only by occasional birdsong from the canopy above. The path gradually descended into a shallow valley, where the trees grew even taller, their upper branches weaving together to create a natural cathedral. Shafts of amber light penetrated this living ceiling at steep angles, illuminating particles of dust and pollen that drifted like miniature constellations in the still air. Kratos moved through these columns of light, his scarred form alternately illuminated and shadowed as he followed the increasingly faint trail. After nearly an hour's steady progress, the forest opened unexpectedly into a perfectly circular clearing. At its center lay a small pond, its surface so still it appeared more like polished obsidian than water. The clearing was ringed by 12 massive pines of identical height and girth, spaced with such precise regularity that no natural process could have arranged them. Yet Kratos detected no evidence of human construction, no cut stumps or cleared undergrowth, merely an ancient silence that suggested this place had existed, undisturbed since long before Norse gods had claimed these lands. Mimir had once spoken of such places, natural convergences where the boundaries between worlds grew thin without active manipulation by gods or magic. The old Northmen called them still points, the severed head had explained, neither one realm nor another, but perfectly balanced between. They sought them out for meditation before significant battles, believing such locations offered clarity unattainable elsewhere. The clearing seemed to exist in a pocket of deepened silence. Even the birdsong that had accompanied Kratos' journey faded at its perimeter, replaced by a quiet so profound it seemed to possess physical weight. The air hung motionless, undisturbed by even the gentlest breeze, as if the very elements recognized the sanctity of this unexpected sanctuary. Kratos approached the water's edge with instinctive caution, born from centuries of encountering seemingly peaceful locations that concealed deadly threats. Yet his well-honed senses detected no danger, no lurking draga, no hidden traps, no magical wards designed to ensnare unwary travelers. There was only the profound stillness, a quality of silence he had rarely encountered since leaving the chaos of the Greek world behind. The pond's surface reflected the circle of ancient pines and the deepening blue of the sky above with mirror-like perfection. As Kratos stood at its edge, his own reflection materialized on the water, the stark white skin marked with its vivid red tattoo, the heavy musculature shaped by warfare rather than display, the weathered face with its perpetually furrowed brow and eyes that had witnessed too much death to ever fully embrace peace. Without conscious thought, Kratos removed his battle-worn boots and set them aside, then lowered himself to sit cross-legged at the pond's edge. The ground beneath him felt unusually warm despite the late season, as if some hidden source of heat rose from deep within the earth. He placed his palms on his knees and straightened his spine, assuming a posture he had not adopted since his earliest training days in Sparta, when meditation had been taught alongside swordcraft as essential discipline for warriors. The stillness of the clearing seemed to deepen around him, air pressure subtly shifting, as if the place itself recognized his purpose and responded accordingly. The surface of the pond remained undisturbed, not even the faintest ripple breaking its perfect reflectivity. Overhead, the sky continued its gradual transition toward evening, clouds taking on amber and rose hues that intensified with each passing minute. Kratos closed his eyes and directed his attention inward, toward the steady rhythm of his breathing. Inhale through the nostrils, slow and controlled. Brief pause at full capacity. Exhale through slightly parted lips, measured and deliberate. With each cycle, he allowed his awareness to sink deeper, past the immediate sensations of body and environment, toward the underlying currents of energy that had fueled his battles across multiple realms. The rage was there, as always, a molten core at the center of his being that had fueled impossible victories against gods and monsters alike. Once, he had surrendered himself completely to this internal fire, allowing it to consume reason and restraint in exchange for the terrible power of unbridled fury. The ghost of Sparta had been birthed in that surrender, a weapon of vengeance whose effectiveness was matched only by the devastation left in his wake. But now, with eyes closed in perfect stillness, Kratos observed this rage with detachment, recognizing its nature without allowing it to define him completely. The journey with Atreus had taught him what centuries of warfare could not, that rage untempered by purpose served only itself, a hunger never satisfied regardless of how much destruction it consumed. True strength emerged from control rather than surrender, from harnessing rather than unleashing. "Restraint," he whispered, the single word barely disturbing the profound silence. The coming battle would demand everything he possessed, all the skill, power, and tactical acumen developed across his long existence. Yet victory would depend not on how completely he abandoned himself to rage, but on how precisely he directed it. Like a smith channeling the forge's heat to specific purpose, rather than allowing it to consume the workshop entirely. As his meditation deepened, Kratos became aware of subtle changes in the clearing around him. Though his eyes remained closed, his other senses detected shifts in the quality of silence, not intrusions upon it, but variations within it, like different shades of the same color. The atmosphere seemed to thicken slightly, gaining texture without losing its essential stillness, and within this textured quiet, he began to perceive what might be described as whispers, though no actual sound disturbed the air. These impressions arrived not through conventional hearing, but through some deeper form of perception, as if the clearing itself communicated directly with his consciousness, bypassing ordinary senses entirely. The whispers carried no distinct words in any language Kratos recognized, yet they conveyed meaning nonetheless. Impressions of ancient battles, long forgotten by living memory, of warriors who had sat precisely where he now sat, preparing themselves for conflicts whose details had faded into myth. Through these soundless communications, Kratos perceived a recurring pattern across centuries and cultures. The recognition that a warrior's greatest battle always occurred internally, before any external conflict began. The Northman had understood this, as had his own Spartan ancestors, though they expressed this wisdom through different symbols and traditions. The still point before battle determined its outcome more surely than any weapon or strategy employed. Once combat commenced, Kratos' breathing had slowed to barely perceptible rhythm, his massive frame so completely motionless he might have been mistaken for one of the stone monuments scattered throughout these Norse lands. The sun continued its westward journey, its direct light now blocked by the surrounding pines, casting the clearing into premature twilight, while the sky above remained brilliantly illuminated. This contrast between darkened ground and radiant heavens created an unusual quality of illumination, as if the clearing existed between day and night simultaneously. In this liminal light, the whispers grew more distinct, occasionally forming recognizable words in ancient Greek, terms for concepts central to Spartan warrior philosophy that had no direct equivalents in other languages, terms that described specific states of mind considered essential for those who routinely faced death in combat. Kratos had not heard these expressions since his earliest training, yet they resonated with immediate familiarity, awakening muscle memories of postures and breathing patterns instilled before he had even held his first weapon. Prothesis came one such whisper, naming the state of perfect readiness that preceded action, neither tensed nor relaxed, but balanced precisely between, like an arrow fitted to bowstring in the moment before release. Kairos, suggested another, identifying the perfect moment to strike. Not merely favorable timing, but the singular instant when all factors aligned to permit success otherwise impossible. These concepts had been taught to Spartan warriors not as abstract philosophy, but as practical techniques essential for survival against numerically superior foes. Yet their deeper significance extended beyond tactical advantage to touch the fundamental nature of human action in relation to time and consequence. The warrior who understood Kairos comprehended something essential about existence itself, the way critical moments functioned as hinges upon which entire futures pivoted. As these ancient teachings resurfaced in Kratos' consciousness, he felt something shift within his approach to the coming battle. The opponents awaiting him possessed advantages that could not be overcome through mere physical prowess or tactical planning. They controlled terrain, commanded supernatural forces, and operated according to rules of engagement that favored their inherent abilities. Yet history, both Norse and Greek, contained countless examples of seemingly inevitable victories transformed into defeats through the unexpected application of precisely directed force at exactly the right moment. Kairos, the perfect instant when a single action could collapse an entire structure of apparent advantage. The whispers continued, moving fluidly between ancient Greek, fragments of Norse dialects far older than those Kratos had encountered in his time among the Northmen, and concepts that required no language at all, pure understanding transmitted directly through the clearing's unusual properties. They spoke of battles where restraint had proven more decisive than aggression, where the warrior who held back longest ultimately prevailed against opponents who exhausted themselves through premature commitment. This wisdom resonated with Kratos' evolving understanding of combat since beginning his journey with Atreus. Increasingly, he had found victory through observation and calculated response rather than overwhelming initial attack. The boy had influenced this transformation without direct intention, his presence requiring considerations beyond Kratos' personal survival or the immediate defeat of enemies. Protection demanded anticipation. Teaching required demonstration of principles beyond mere effectiveness. The water before Kratos remained perfectly still despite the deepening evening, its surface unbroken by insect or wind. Yet as his meditation continued, subtle changes appeared in his reflection, not physical alterations, but shifts in how the water portrayed his familiar features. The red tattoo seemed less stark against the white skin, as if the contrast had softened without either element changing its essential nature. The perpetual furrow between his brows appeared smoother, suggesting not absence of concern, but its transformation into focused attention. Most notably, his eyes in the reflection conveyed something rarely present in his actual expression. A quality of contained awareness that encompassed both immediate tactical assessment and broader strategic understanding. Neither harder nor softer than his typical gaze, but somehow more complete, as if perceiving multiple layers of reality simultaneously without becoming distracted by any single element. Kratos recognized this expression from rare glimpses caught in still water or polished metal, during moments of perfect clarity that sometimes arose amid battle's chaos. It represented not what he typically was, but what he could be when all aspects of his nature aligned towards singular purpose. Rage neither suppressed nor surrendered to, but channeled with absolute precision, experience applied without being limited by past patterns, strength measured perfectly to necessity rather than exhausted through excessive application. The light continued to shift as true twilight approached, the sky above transitioning from brilliant blue to deeper purples and indigos. Stars appeared individually, then in small clusters, their reflections materializing in the pond's surface until Kratos seemed to sit suspended between two star fields, one above, one below. The 12 massive pines surrounding the clearing remained visible primarily as darker silhouettes against the deepening sky, their precise arrangement creating a sense of deliberate witnessing, as if they served as conscious guardians rather than mere vegetation. The whispers gradually coalesced around a specific memory, not from Kratos' Greek past, but from more recent experience in these Norse lands. A confrontation with a particularly formidable Draugr lord, whose attacks had initially overwhelmed even Kratos' considerable defenses. The creature had possessed not merely superior strength, but tactical intelligence that anticipated standard counterattacks and positioned devastating responses before Kratos could complete his offensive sequences. For several intense exchanges, defeat had seemed increasingly likely as the Draga Lord forced Kratos toward a precipice beyond which recovery would be impossible. In that moment of extremity, with Takres calling urgent warning from relatively safe position, Kratos had experienced a sudden shift in perception, an internal stillness that paradoxically enhanced rather than impeded his awareness of external movements. From this centered stillness, he had seen what previously remained hidden, the subtle pattern underlying the Draga Lord's seemingly unpredictable attack sequences. Not random combinations, but precisely ordered series, each maneuver setting up specific responses that would trigger the next devastating attack. Recognizing this underlying structure allowed Kratos to interrupt the pattern at its most vulnerable transition point, transforming desperate defense into decisive victory through minimal movement applied with perfect timing. Kairos again, the critical moment when lesser force, precisely applied, overcomes much greater strength through strategic positioning. The Whispers emphasized how this principle extended beyond physical combat to every aspect of Kratos' journey. His most significant victories, those with lasting consequence rather than merely immediate survival, had come not from overwhelming displays of godly power, but from restraint exercised precisely when such display seemed most necessary. The decision to speak truth to Atreus, rather than protect him through continued deception. The choice to preserve, rather than destroy knowledge that could threaten gods but might ultimately benefit humanity. The restraint shown toward enemies who offered no immediate threat, regardless of their potential future danger. These instances of restraint had altered destinies in ways pure power could never achieve, creating possibilities that brute force would have eliminated regardless of its immediate effectiveness. The coming battle would present similar decision points, where restraint might prove more consequential than even the most impressive display of martial prowess. Recognizing these moments would require the precise balance of engagement and detachment currently manifesting in Kratos' meditative state. As this understanding crystallized in Kratos' consciousness, he became aware of a subtle change in the clearing's atmosphere. The profound stillness remained, but within it arose a barely perceptible vibration, not unlike the moment before lightning strikes when charged particles create tension in the surrounding air. This vibration carried no threat or discomfort, merely heightened awareness, as if the clearing itself responded to his deepening meditation. The water before him began to display unusual properties, its perfect reflectivity now enhanced by faint luminescence that seemed to emerge from beneath its surface rather than from any external source. This gentle glow illuminated Kratos' reflection with soft blue light, reminiscent of the Leviathan Axe's magic. Though no weapon had been drawn, the effect created a strange doubling of his image, the physical Kratos remaining in deep meditation, while his reflection appeared increasingly alert, as if preparing to deliver some essential message. The whispers intensified, still devoid of conventional sound, yet increasingly clear in the concepts they conveyed. They spoke of battles won before the first blow landed, of enemies defeated through understanding rather than confrontation, of conflicts resolved by recognizing their true nature rather than accepting their apparent parameters. These teachings mirrored warfare principles Kratos had encountered across multiple cultures, yet presented them not as tactical options, but as fundamental truths about the nature of conflict itself. At its core, every battle represented competing narratives about reality, different understandings of what was possible, necessary, or inevitable given existing conditions. The warrior who recognized this essential nature could sometimes reshape the conflict entirely by refusing to engage according to expected patterns, introducing elements outside the anticipated progression, and thereby creating possibilities neither side had initially perceived. The coming confrontation had been presented as inevitable clash between irreconcilable forces, beings whose essential natures required conflict rather than merely making it likely. Yet similar certainties had dominated Kratos' Greek existence, each god and oracle pronouncing futures whose immutability seemed beyond question, only to discover that destiny functioned more as suggestion than absolute directive. When encountered by determined opposition, "Nothing is written," Kratos whispered, the words emerging unbidden from memory of conversation with Faye during their early relationship, when nightmares of his Greek past had prompted discussion of fate versus choice. The water's surface rippled briefly at these spoken words, the first movement on the pond since Kratos had begun his meditation. The disturbance radiated outward in perfect concentric circles that somehow enhanced rather than disrupted the reflection, adding dimension without sacrificing clarity. As the ripples reached the pond's edges, they rebounded without diminishing, returning towards center with unnatural precision to converge exactly where they had originated. This convergence created a momentary column of suspended droplets rising from the pond's surface, water defying gravity briefly before collapsing back with gentle splash that sent new ripples outward. These secondary disturbances behaved differently than their predecessors, forming patterns reminiscent of Norse runes, similar to those Faye had taught Atreus during his earliest language lessons. Kratos recognized several symbols associated with concepts relevant to his current reflections, runes representing strength, restraint, transformation, and protection, interconnected through flowing water patterns. The formations lasted only seconds before dissolving back into ordinary ripples that gradually subsided, returning the pond to its previous mirror-like stillness. Yet the brief manifestation left distinct impression in Kratos' awareness, visual confirmation of principles the whispers had been conveying through less tangible means. The twilight had deepened significantly during his meditation, full darkness now claiming the forest beyond the clearing, while the open sky above retained faint illumination along the western horizon. Stars filled the heavens in brilliant profusion, their cold light creating subtle illumination that rendered the clearing visible in monochromatic tones. Shadows and highlights without the intermediary gradations of normal dusk. This stark lighting emphasized the perfect symmetry of the 12 surrounding pines, whose massive trunks now appeared as sentinels, maintaining deliberate vigil around the still point at the clearing's center. In this deepening night, Kratos' meditative awareness expanded beyond the clearing to encompass the forest surrounding it, perceiving currents of life and movement largely imperceptible to ordinary consciousness. Nocturnal creatures emerged from daytime hiding, their activities creating complex patterns of interaction that maintained forest equilibrium through countless individual decisions rather than centralized direction. Predator and prey, scavenger and seed carrier, each fulfilling specific function within larger system whose overall balance depended on no single component yet required all. This ecological awareness offered unexpected perspective on the coming battle and its potential consequences. The Norse gods, like their Greek counterparts, positioned themselves as essential maintainers of cosmic order, suggesting their defeat or displacement would necessarily result in chaos and suffering throughout realms they claimed to protect. Yet Kratos had witnessed how quickly natural systems established new equilibriums when dominant forces were removed, not through central planning, but through countless adaptations at every level of interaction. The forest neither required nor acknowledged divine oversight, its complex balance maintained through relationships established over millennia of evolution rather than conscious design. Perhaps the 9 realms similarly possessed inherent capacity for self-regulation, that existing power structures obscured through insistence on their own necessity. This possibility did not eliminate consideration of potential consequences from disrupting current arrangements, but it suggested such disruption might create opportunities for more organic balance, rather than inevitable descent into chaos. As this perspective integrated with his tactical preparation, Kratos became aware of the subtle change in the whispers surrounding him. Their content shifted from general principles toward more specific applications relevant to coming confrontation. Not detailed battle plans, but conceptual approaches, particularly suited to opponents he would face. These insights arrived not as external instruction, but as recognition of knowledge already possessed, connections between experiences and observations previously held separate within his consciousness. Patterns emerged regarding specific adversaries' behavioral tendencies, not merely combat techniques, but underlying psychological drivers that shaped their decisions under pressure. One opponent consistently overcommitted to successful attacks, leaving momentary vulnerabilities if initial advantage could be survived rather than prevented. Another became increasingly predictable when confronted with unexpected resistance, falling back on familiar combinations rather than adapting to changing circumstances. A third demonstrated inverse relationship between physical aggression and effective defense, becoming most vulnerable precisely when launching most devastating offensive sequences. These insights coalesced not as tactical checklist, but as integrated understanding of the conflict's true nature. Not merely physical confrontation, but collision between fundamentally different approaches to power and its proper application. Kratos' opponents wielded authority derived from established position within cosmic hierarchy, their strength and expression of accumulated advantage, reinforced through cycles of self-justifying dominance. Their power depended on maintenance of existing patterns, requiring conformity from all entities operating within their claimed domains. By contrast, Kratos embodied disruption of assumed certainties, his very existence contradicting narratives essential to maintaining current power distributions throughout the 9 realms. His strength derived not from position within established order, but from opposition to limitations such ordering imposed. This fundamental difference created potential advantage beyond specific combat techniques or godly abilities. The capacity to introduce elements outside opponents' conceptual framework, creating situations for which their experience offered no effective response. The whispers suggested approaching the coming battle not as contest between comparable forces operating according to shared understanding, but as introduction of fundamentally different possibility into system designed to eliminate such alternatives before they fully manifested. Like introducing new species into isolated ecosystem, the most significant advantage lay not in direct competition with established dominance, but in exploiting niches their very dominance prevented them from recognizing as significant. As Kratos absorbed these insights, the pond before him demonstrated another unusual property. Its surface remained mirror still, yet the reflection it displayed no longer matched the physical reality of the clearing. Where actual stars filled the night sky overhead, The reflection showed brilliant daylight with scattered clouds moving rapidly across blue expanse, as if the water somehow connected to different time or place, despite maintaining perfect reflective property. Within this daylight reflection appeared images not present in the physical clearing, brief glimpses of figures and locations relevant to coming conflict, shown not as continuous narrative, but as significant moments frozen in perfect clarity before dissolving into ripples that resolved into new scenes, equally temporary yet precisely detailed. Some showed familiar locations from perspectives Kratos had never physically occupied. Others revealed unknown settings populated by beings he recognized from previous encounters, or Mimir's extensive descriptions. Most significantly, certain reflections showed Kratos himself in situations not yet experienced, engaged in specific combat sequences, navigating particular environments, making decisions with clear consequences visible in subsequent images. These were not presented as inevitable futures, but as potential outcomes dependent on choices and actions not yet undertaken. The water seemed to offer not prophecy, but expanded perspective, the opportunity to view potential paths from vantage point outside their direct progression. Throughout these shifting reflections, one element remained consistent. In each image showing Kratos engaged in direct conflict, his expression maintained the same quality currently visible in his meditation. Neither surrendered to rage nor detached from necessary action, but perfectly balanced between engagement and observation. This consistency suggested successful integration of insights gained during this twilight communion with the clearing's ancient wisdom. The whispers offered final observation about this balanced state, not as temporary condition achievable only through extensive preparation, but as natural expression of Kratos' evolved understanding of his own nature and purpose. The rage remained an essential component of his power, providing necessary intensity for confronting formidable opposition. But rage served rather than commanded, directed by awareness that encompassed both immediate tactical necessities and broader implications extending beyond specific conflict. As full night claimed the clearing, the unusual properties of both pond and surrounding atmosphere gradually normalized. The water's surface remained unusually still, but no longer displayed impossible reflections or runic formations. The whispers subsided, returning to subtle background presence rather than active communication. The 12 surrounding pines lost their sentinel quality, becoming merely impressively large trees arranged with unusual symmetry around natural clearing. Kratos remained in meditation for several minutes after these transitions completed, allowing insights received to settle fully into his awareness rather than immediately returning to ordinary activity. When he finally opened his eyes, the clearing appeared much as it had upon his arrival, though now illuminated by starlight rather than fading day. The profound stillness remained, but its unusual qualities had receded, leaving natural silence of isolated forest location rather than active communion with ancient wisdom. Rising smoothly despite extended period of motionless sitting, Kratos felt unusual combination of deep calm and heightened readiness. Not the familiar pre-battle tension that anticipated combat's chaos, but balanced awareness that perceived both immediate surroundings and broader patterns simultaneously without sacrificing attention to either. His movements as he retrieved and donned his boots displayed efficient precision without unnecessary haste, each action flowing naturally from preceding one, with neither hesitation nor urgency. The return journey through darkened forest proceeded without difficulty, despite the limited visibility. Kratos moved with confidence, born not from recklessness, but from heightened sensory awareness that detected obstacles before direct contact became necessary. The birds had fallen silent with nightfall, replaced by occasional sounds of nocturnal creatures whose activities created rhythm of small movements against background stillness. These natural patterns reinforced rather than disturbed the internal balance established during meditation, providing external confirmation of insights regarding systems operating through distributed intelligence rather than centralized control. As Kratos approached the cabin clearing, he perceived Atreus' presence before any visual confirmation. Subtle shift in the forest's energy, announcing his son's return from hunting expedition. The boy had successfully completed his own preparations for tomorrow's challenges, though through active engagement rather than reflective stillness. Their complementary approaches represented not opposing methods, but different expressions of same fundamental principle: alignment of internal resources toward shared purpose despite distinct individual natures. The cabin came into view, its windows glowing with warm light from fire already kindled within. Smoke rose from the chimney in straight column that dispersed only at considerable height, indicating unusually still air throughout the forest. As if in confirmation of this observation, the clearing surrounding their dwelling displayed perfect quietude, even nocturnal insects temporarily silent as Kratos emerged from the tree line. Atreus stood at the cabin's threshold, outlined against interior light, his posture conveying successful completion of his assigned tasks without need for verbal confirmation. The boy's developing sensitivity to his father's moods allowed immediate recognition of the change meditation had produced. Not dramatically altered appearance, but subtle shift in how Kratos occupied space, how his awareness engaged with surroundings. "You found a still point," Atreus observed quietly as Kratos approached, demonstrating knowledge gleaned from Mimir's extensive teachings. Kratos acknowledged this perception with slight nod, his expression neither confirming nor denying specific understanding of the term or its significance. "The hunt was successful?" he asked, noting game bag leaning against cabin wall. "2 hares and a grouse," Atreus replied, stepping aside to allow his father entry into their dwelling's warmth. "Clean kills, no waste. Mimir says we're ready." The severed head, positioned on table near hearth, offered a characteristic grin that somehow conveyed genuine confidence despite its macabre appearance. "Indeed we are," he confirmed, scholarly assessment momentarily replaced by warrior's recognition of necessary preparation completed according to traditional methods. "I see the forest offered its wisdom, as the ancients claimed it would for those who approach correctly." Kratos made no direct response to this observation, moving instead to examine preparations already organized within the cabin. Weapons cleaned and positioned for easy retrieval, provisions packed for a journey of uncertain duration, protective gear arranged according to anticipated requirements. Each element reflected attention to detail that matched his own standards, demonstrating Atreus' growing maturity and developing judgment regarding practical necessities. "Tomorrow brings challenge," Kratos stated finally, acknowledgement rather than concern coloring his deep voice. "But tonight, we prepare ourselves through rest as well as planning." Atreus nodded, his young face showing determination tempered by developing wisdom beyond his years. "The calm before battle is part of battle itself," he quoted, a phrase clearly absorbed from either Mimir's teachings or fragments of Faye's wisdom preserved in memory. "Indeed," Kratos confirmed, rare verbal acknowledgement indicating the concept's particular significance following his forest meditation. As they settled into evening routine, sharing simple meal, reviewing strategic considerations without attempting to anticipate every possible development, finally arranging sleeping furs near hearth's persistent warmth. The balance established during Kratos' communion with the forest clearing maintained its steady presence, not suppression of preparation or denial of coming conflict, but perspective that positioned specific battle within broader journey whose ultimate purpose extended beyond immediate victory or defeat. The fire burned steadily, neither flaring nor diminishing, but maintaining consistent illumination that pushed shadows to Cavanos's cavernous corners without eliminating them completely. This balanced lighting mirrored Kratos' internal state, awareness that encompassed both immediate tactical necessities and larger strategic considerations, both physical preparation and philosophical readiness. As sleep approached, Kratos gazed into the fire's steady flames, perceiving in their movement patterns similar to those displayed in the forest pond's unusual reflections. Not random fluctuation, but complex interactions, governed by principles that remained consistent despite continuously changing manifestation. Tomorrow would bring circumstances impossible to predict completely, regardless of preparation, yet underlying patterns would persist beneath apparent chaos, recognizable to perception, balanced between engagement and observation. The calm he had established would not prevent battle's intensity, nor eliminate necessity for decisive action when circumstances demanded immediate response. But this calm would provide foundation from which such intensity could emerge without consuming its own purpose, from which decisions could arise based on actual developments rather than automatic reactions to anticipated threats. Rest, he instructed Atreus, who maintained alert posture despite evident fatigue from day's activities. Tomorrow's challenges require tonight's recovery. The boy nodded acknowledgement, settling onto his sleeping furs with soldier's discipline that nonetheless contained child's trust in parents' guidance. Within minutes, his breathing settled into sleep's regular rhythm, face relaxing to reveal a momentary glimpse of innocence, not yet completely displaced by harsh realities of their journey through increasingly dangerous territory. Watching his son's peaceful sleep, Kratos experienced momentary connection between present circumstance and forest whispers, emphasis on protection extending beyond immediate survival. Each battle fought, each victory secured, each challenge overcome, all served purpose larger than continuation of their individual existences. Choices made tomorrow would establish patterns extending far beyond specific conflict, potentially altering relationships between realms in ways that would persist long after current combatants had passed into memory or myth. With this perspective settled firmly in consciousness, Kratos allowed himself to follow Atreus into sleep's necessary restoration. His transition lacked the instantaneous quality of exhaustion's collapse, but proceeded with deliberate surrender to natural rhythm, consciousness gradually withdrawing from external awareness toward internal processes essential for maintaining peak capacity. Even this withdrawal maintained balance rather than completeness, preserving sufficient alertness to respond immediately should unexpected threats emerge during night's vulnerable hours. As the fire settled to steady embers, casting subdued glow throughout the cavern's interior, the forest surrounding their isolated dwelling maintained uncommon stillness, as if honoring preparation completed according to ancient principles. Tomorrow would bring movement, conflict, and necessity for decisive action amid unpredictable developments, but tonight offered perfect stillness within which strength could gather, purpose could clarify, and determination could align with deeper understanding of what truly mattered beyond immediate victory. In this profound calm before inevitable clash, Kratos had found not absence of preparation, but its essential foundation, the stillness from which true power emerged, guided by purpose greater than mere survival or vengeance. Whatever tomorrow brought, he would meet it not as rage embodied, but as purpose directed, his considerable strength applied with precision, born from clarity rather than desperation. The night deepened around their cabin, stars wheeling slowly overhead in patterns ancient yet ever-changing, constant yet continuously in motion. Within this eternal rhythm, father and son slept peacefully, gathering strength for challenges whose specific nature remained unknown, but whose purpose had clarified during communion with wisdom older than gods themselves. The calm before the clash had become not merely prelude to battle, but essential component of whatever victory might emerge from coming conflict. Balance that allowed full commitment without surrender to blind fury that had once defined the ghost of Sparta, but now served rather than commanded the man and father Kratos had become. As the calm night embraced Kratos and Atreus in their peaceful slumber, the lessons of restraint and inner strength settled deeply within the Spartan warrior's soul. The battle that awaited them would come with the dawn, but the wisdom gained in that tranquil grove would remain, becoming not just a moment of preparation, but a foundation for what was to follow. For in the journey of a warrior, each battle shapes not only the present, but echoes into the future, creating a legacy that extends far beyond the clash of weapons or the defeat of enemies. As Kratos had discovered in his meditation by the still waters, true strength lies not only in how one fights, but in why, and in what remains when the fighting ends. The midnight air hung still over the hillside, carrying neither the scent of pine nor the subtle warnings of approaching storms that Kratos had grown accustomed to reading. Instead, it held only silence and the faint metallic tang that always preceded battle. He had climbed this rise alone, leaving Atreus sleeping beside the dying embers of their camp, the boy's chest rising and falling with the deep, untroubled rhythm of youth. Even Mimir, secured to Kratos' belt during their travels, had been left behind, propped against a fallen log where he had drifted into whatever passed for sleep among the consciously severed. From this vantage point, Kratos could survey what would soon become their battlefield, a vast clearing bordered by ancient pines and weather-worn boulders that seemed to have been placed by deliberate hand rather than nature's random scattering. The full moon hung overhead, impossibly large in the night sky, bathing the landscape in silver light that transformed ordinary terrain into something almost otherworldly. Shadows pooled like ink between trees and rocks, creating patches of perfect darkness amid the moonlit expanse. Tomorrow, these peaceful grounds would echo with the sounds of combat, the clash of weapons, grunts of exertion, perhaps even the death cries of those who stood against them. But tonight, this place existed in perfect stillness, as if time itself had paused to allow for reflection before the inevitable chaos of conflict. Kratos settled himself on a flat boulder, his movements deliberate and controlled, despite the weariness that had begun to seep into his bones after days of travel. Age did not diminish him as it might ordinary men, but centuries of battle exacted their toll nevertheless, not in physical decline, but in the weight of memory, the accumulation of moments that could never be undone or forgotten. He closed his eyes, not seeking sleep, but rather a different kind of stillness, the internal quiet that allowed for clarity amid the constant vigilance that had defined his existence for as long as he could remember. The coming battle was not one he had sought, yet neither could it be avoided. Another necessary step in their journey, another challenge to be overcome through strength and strategy rather than retreat. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze traveled instinctively toward their distant camp where his son slept. Though hidden now by distance and darkness, Atreus remained at the center of his thoughts. The unexpected purpose that had emerged from chaos, the legacy that now defined his every choice and action. Not merely blood and name, but something far more complex and meaningful than the warrior had ever imagined possible for himself. "What manner of heritage am I creating for you, boy?" he murmured into the silence, words barely audible even to his own ears. The question had no simple answer, no straightforward resolution that could be achieved through force of will or strategic planning. Unlike enemies that could be defeated through combat or obstacles removed through strength, the legacy he would leave his son existed in a realm beyond physical control, shaped by choice and circumstance alike, by intention and by the unintended consequences of necessary action. The moon's light caught the pale scars that marked his skin, permanent reminders of chains once bound to his flesh, of oaths made and broken, of gods betrayed and destroyed in righteous vengeance. Each mark told a story that Atreus would one day need to understand, pieces of a past that could neither be escaped nor entirely overcome, merely acknowledged and carried forward with whatever wisdom experience might provide. From the distant trees, an owl called, "Tu Cordulain." 3 soft notes that pierced the silence before fading back into night's embrace. Kratos tilted his head slightly, listening for threats disguised as natural sounds, finding none, then returning to his thoughts. The owl hunted as he had once hunted, with singular focus, without remorse, taking what was needed to survive without questioning the right to do so. But he was no longer that hunter. No longer the weapon forged in rage and honed by manipulation. The changes had come gradually, almost imperceptibly at first, until one day he had looked upon his sleeping son and realized that survival alone was no longer sufficient purpose. "Legacy," he said, testing the word as if its meaning might reveal itself more fully when spoken aloud. In Sparta, legacy had been simple: glory in battle, honor in death, stories told of mighty deeds that would inspire future warriors to similar greatness. But he had abandoned those simplistic ideals long ago, rejected the narrow definition of worth measured only in victory and conquest. What then remained to pass on to his son? What inheritance beyond the strength of his blood and the burdens of his past? The gentle wind that had begun to stir carried the distant scent of their campfire. Wood smoke mingled with the resinous pine they had gathered for fuel. The familiar smell scented him, bringing his thoughts back from abstract contemplation to immediate reality, to the boy who slept below, to the journey they shared, to the choice he had made to walk a different path than the one that had led him through centuries of rage and retribution. Wisdom, perhaps. Not the calculating knowledge that Odin prized, information hoarded like treasure and wielded like a weapon, but the hard-earned understanding that came from mistake and consequence, from loss and survival, from seeing the patterns of destruction that repeated themselves when power operated without compassion or restraint. If he could pass anything of value to Atreus, it would be the awareness he himself had gained, too late, to prevent his greatest regret. The moonlight shifted as clouds drifted across the night sky, casting momentary shadows across the clearing below. Kratos watched these patterns of light and darkness move across what would soon become their battlefield. Nature's own strategy, playing out in silent preview of tomorrow's more consequential movements. He had taught Atreus to read such patterns, to understand terrain as more than merely ground to stand upon, as advantage or disadvantage, as opportunity or trap, as the stage upon which life and death would ultimately be determined. But there were other lessons he struggled to articulate, concepts that resisted the direct instruction that came naturally when teaching the boy to hunt or fight or survive harsh wilderness. How did one teach the value of restraint when strength made restraint seem unnecessary? How could he explain that power brought not freedom, but responsibility? That capability created obligation rather than privilege? These were truths he had learned through bitter experience rather than instruction, through failures that had cost far more than his own suffering. The boy must find his own way, he muttered, acknowledging the limits of his influence. Guidance could be offered, example could be set, but ultimately, Atreus would make his own choices, would define himself through actions and decisions that Kratos could neither fully control nor entirely predict. This uncertainty troubled him deeply, stirring protective instincts that demanded intervention against even theoretical threats to his son's well-being. Yet he recognized that to protect too completely was its own form of harm, preventing the growth that came only through challenge and occasional failure. The Spartans had understood this truth, though they had taken it to cruel extremes. Strength required testing, character developed through adversity rather than comfort. The challenge lay in finding balance, in providing safety without stifling growth, in offering guidance without demanding blind obedience. A distant wolf howled, the sound echoing across the moonlit clearing and drawing Kratos from his thoughts. He listened carefully, detecting no threat in the animal's call, merely territorial announcement, the natural communication of predators establishing boundaries in the night. Kratos had begun to recognize such nuances in animal vocalizations, developing hunter's intuition that distinguished between ordinary behavior and warning signals that indicated larger danger. The boy learned quickly, his mind absorbing knowledge with remarkable efficiency, whether tracking techniques, combat strategies, or the languages of various realms and creatures they encountered. This natural aptitude both reassured and concerned Kratos, for capabilities could serve constructive or destructive purposes with equal effectiveness. The same skills that allowed survival could enable domination. The same power that protected could easily destroy when directed by anger or fear rather than disciplined intention. He had seen this truth demonstrated too many times to dismiss it, had lived it himself during years when rage had been his constant companion and destruction his primary purpose. The memory of that time brought no pride, only grim acknowledgement of lessons purchased at terrible cost. If legacy meant anything worthwhile, it surely included the hope that his son might learn from his father's mistakes without needing to repeat them. The clouds above had thickened, obscuring portions of the moon and casting deeper shadows across the landscape. Still, enough light remained to illuminate the clearing where tomorrow's conflict would unfold. Kratos studied the terrain with tactical precision, identifying advantageous positions, potential hazards, escape routes should they prove necessary. Planning for battle came naturally after centuries of combat, the strategic assessment as automatic as breathing. Yet even as he calculated ranges and sightlines, part of his mind remained focused on bigger questions that could not be resolved through tactical thinking. What example did warfare set for his son? What message did violence, even necessary violence, convey about resolving the challenges that life inevitably presented. He had no satisfying answers, only the pragmatic recognition that in a world where gods and monsters wielded power without restraint, the ability to defend oneself and those under one's protection remained essential survival skill. Balance, he murmured, returning to the concept that seemed increasingly central to his understanding of legacy. Not the complete rejection of strength or the refusal to engage in necessary conflict, but rather the wisdom to know when force served justice and when it merely perpetuated cycles of vengeance and retribution. This distinction had eluded him for centuries, his rage blinding him to everything except the immediate target of his wrath. That Atreus might develop greater discernment earlier in life represented perhaps his greatest hope for the boy's future. Another owl call sounded from the forest, answered this time by its hunting partner. Coordination in the night, cooperative strategy rather than solitary pursuit. Kratos allowed himself a brief smile at the parallel. He and Atreus had developed similar hunting patterns over months of shared journey, their movements increasingly synchronized, their combined effectiveness greater than either might achieve alone. The boy complemented his strengths, compensated for his limitations, approached challenges from perspectives he might not consider without prompting. This partnership had proven unexpectedly rewarding, not merely in practical accomplishment, but in the unfamiliar satisfaction that came from shared experience, from witnessing his son's growth and development, from receiving trust that felt unearned yet precious beyond measure. Such connections had seemed impossible during his years of solitary wandering, his isolation self-imposed punishment for past transgressions, that he now found himself responsible for another's well-being, another's education and safety and future prospects, represented transformation he could never have anticipated nor sought deliberately. The wind strengthened briefly, carrying the scent of coming rain, distant yet, but approaching with the steady inevitability of natural cycles that continued regardless of mortal concerns or divine interference. Weather patterns had proven reliable indicators in this realm, unlike the manipulated environments of Olympus where storms might be conjured for dramatic effect or petty demonstration of power. Here, nature maintained its own authority, indifferent to the schemes of gods or the needs of wandering warriors. Kratos inhaled deeply, allowing the changing air to center his awareness in present reality rather than memory or anticipation. This moment existed independent of past regrets or future concerns. The cool night air against his skin, the solid stone beneath him, the vast sky overhead with its wheeling stars partially obscured by gathering clouds. Such immediate experience had once seemed irrelevant compared to the driving purpose of vengeance or the constant vigilance required for survival. Now he recognized its value, the grounding effect of simple, present awareness amid complexities that could never be fully resolved through action alone. He had begun teaching Atreus similar awareness, though without the philosophical explanations that would likely confuse rather than clarify. Instead, he directed the boy's attention to subtle details of their environment, the specific texture of bark that identified tree species even in darkness, the particular cadence of certain bird calls that indicated nearby water sources, the slight changes in air pressure that preceded weather shifts. These practical observations served immediate survival purposes while simultaneously developing the habit of present attention that might eventually extend beyond physical surroundings to internal experiences as well. A sudden break in the clouds allowed moonlight to flood the clearing below, illuminating the battlefield with silver radiance that transformed ordinary landscape into something almost magical in appearance. Shadows retreated momentarily, details emerging with startling clarity despite the hour's darkness. Kratos observed this transformation without comment, noting how perspective shifted with changing light, how threats might be revealed or concealed by circumstances beyond his control, requiring constant reassessment rather than fixed strategic planning. Another lesson for Atreus, though one difficult to articulate effectively: adaptability as essential survival trait. Not merely physical adjustment to environmental challenges, but mental flexibility that allowed for revised understanding when new information emerged. The boy showed natural inclination towards such adaptation, his youthful mind less rigidly fixed than his father's more experience-hardened perspective. This difference between them created occasional conflict, yet ultimately strengthened their combined capabilities. The wisdom of experience, balanced by openness to alternative possibilities. The clearing below would witness their next challenge, their next demonstration of this partnership that continued evolving with each shared experience. Not their first battle fought together, certainly not their last, yet still significant in their ongoing journey. Each conflict shaped their relationship, tested their developing strategies, revealed strengths and limitations that required acknowledgement for future improvement. The boy learned from every engagement not just combat techniques, but deeper lessons about consequence and necessity, about when to advance and when to withdraw, about victory's costs as well as its rewards. What would you have him become? Kratos asked himself quietly, the question emerging from deeper contemplation and tactical assessment. Not Spartan warrior bound by rigid code that valued glory above all else. Not vengeful destroyer defined by rage against cosmic injustice. Not God whose power divorced him from consequence and compassion alike. These paths he had walked himself, each leading ultimately to emptiness disguised as purpose, to hollow achievement that resolved nothing of importance despite tremendous cost. For his son, he wished something different, something he could not fully define because he had never experienced it himself. Freedom, perhaps. Not merely absence of constraint, but positive capability to choose one's own direction, to define purpose through deliberate decision rather than external expectation or internal compulsion. The legacy of choice rather than predetermined destiny, of self-determination rather than inescapable fate. Yet even this wished-for freedom carried complications he could not ignore. Choice required knowledge of possibilities and consequences, understanding that extended beyond immediate circumstance to broader implications. Without such awareness, freedom became merely impulsive reaction, potentially destructive in its ignorance, regardless of benign intention. True choice demanded wisdom that usually came only through experience, creating paradox he had not yet resolved in his own thinking, let alone in lessons offered to his son. The clouds continued their slow journey across the night sky, alternately revealing and concealing the moon's illumination of the landscape below. Kratos watched these patterns with outward patience masking internal restlessness, his warrior's instincts always alert, despite the current absence of immediate threat. Tomorrow would bring action, purpose, clear objectives that could be addressed through direct means. Tonight offered only contemplation, the wrestling with questions that resisted definitive resolution yet demanded attention nevertheless. From their distant camp came faint sound, movement that his heightened senses identified immediately as Atreus shifting in sleep rather than potential danger approaching their position. The boy possessed remarkable stamina for one so young, but still required proper rest to maintain the alertness their journey demanded. Kratos had left him to that necessary recovery while undertaking this solitary vigil, this quiet preparation for challenges awaiting them with mornings arriving. The protective instinct that surfaced at even this slight sound surprised him still, despite months of experiencing similar reactions. Something fundamental had shifted within him when Faye had placed their newborn son in his arms. Some dormant capacity awakened that transformed his relationship to the world around him. No longer merely his own survival at stake, but this small life dependent upon his strength and judgment. This continuation of something beyond himself that demanded protection at any cost. What began as instinctive response had developed into more complex commitment as Atreus grew. Not just protection of physical being, but cultivation of potential, responsibility for development that extended beyond mere survival training. The boy needed more than combat skills and hunting techniques to navigate the world he would inherit. Needed understanding that Kratos himself struggled to articulate. Wisdom he possessed incompletely, despite centuries of existence and experience. Must become more than I am, he murmured, giving voice to aspiration that had gradually clarified through their shared journey. Not rejection of strength or capability. These remained essential in realms where threats lurked behind every peaceful moment, but transcendence of limitations that had defined his own existence for too long. The rage that had driven him, the vengeance that had consumed him, the isolation that had protected him from further loss while simultaneously preventing genuine connection. These patterns his son might avoid with proper guidance and example, but how to guide toward destination one had never reached oneself? How to exemplify qualities one struggled to embody consistently? These questions haunted his quieter moments, emerging whenever battle's immediacy receded enough to allow deeper reflection. He had no satisfying answers, only the commitment to continue trying, to acknowledge his limitations without surrendering to them, to offer what wisdom he possessed while recognizing its incompleteness. The wind shifted again, bringing distant scent of water, perhaps river flowing beyond the forest's edge or small lake hidden among the trees. Atreus would notice such details immediately upon waking, his developing hunter's senses increasingly attuned to environmental information that might indicate game trails or fishing opportunity. The boy approached such practical matters with enthusiasm that occasionally required tempering eagerness that could lead to carelessness if not balanced with proper caution. Another aspect of legacy, not just knowledge or skill, but attitude toward their application, perspective that determined how capabilities would ultimately be directed. Enthusiasm served valuable purpose when channeled appropriately, providing energy for difficult tasks and persistence through inevitable setbacks. Yet it required balancing restraint, judgment that prevented reckless application or prideful overconfidence. Finding this balance had proven challenging for both father and son, their natural tendencies pulling in opposite directions. Kratos toward excessive caution born of bitter experience, Atreus toward eager engagement driven by youthful optimism. Their ongoing journey had gradually brought these tendencies into better alignment, each learning from the other's perspective, even while maintaining their distinct approaches. The boy had developed greater patience and strategic thinking. Kratos had rediscovered capabilities for trust and adaptation that years of isolated survival had nearly eliminated. Their combined strengths made possible achievements neither could have accomplished alone, not merely in physical challenges overcome, but in mutual development that expanded their individual capacities. This unexpected growth represented another dimension of legacy he had never anticipated. The reciprocal nature of teaching that transformed instructor as well as student. In guiding Atreus, he found himself examining assumptions long unquestioned, reconsidering perspectives that had hardened into certainty through repetition rather than genuine understanding. The boy's persistent questions forced articulation of knowledge that had become instinctive, requiring conscious examination of principles and practices long taken for granted. Perhaps this too is legacy, he acknowledged quietly, recognizing the continuing influence they exerted upon each other through daily interaction and shared experience. Not merely what he gave to Atreus, but what he received in return. The renewed perspective, the challenged assumptions, the occasional moments of unexpected insight that emerged from viewing familiar world through his son's less hardened eyes. The clearing below remained peaceful under moonlight and shadow, showing no signs of the conflict that would transform it with tomorrow's arrival. Kratos studied its contours with tactical assessment temporarily set aside, allowing himself to appreciate the simple beauty of moonlight on frost-covered ground, the ancient trees standing sentinel around a natural arena where opposing forces would soon meet in necessary contest. Such moments of aesthetic appreciation had once seemed irrelevant luxury, distraction from survival's constant demands. Now he recognized their value, not merely as momentary respite, but as reminder of what ultimately warranted protection and preservation. He had begun pointing out similar moments to Atreus, directing the boy's attention to particularly striking vistas or unusual natural phenomena they encountered during their travels. Initially, he had framed these observations in practical terms: distinctive landmarks for navigation, weather indications for planning, geological features that might offer strategic advantage. Gradually, however, he had allowed himself more direct acknowledgement of beauty that existed independent of practical application. The particular quality of light filtering through forest canopy, the perfect symmetry of certain crystalline formations, the haunting calls of creatures communicating across vast distances. The boy responded to these observations with characteristic enthusiasm, his natural curiosity extending readily to aesthetic appreciation that required no practical justification. In this, as in many things, Atreus reminded Kratos of Fae, her capacity for recognizing beauty amid harshness, for finding meaning beyond mere survival, even in challenging circumstances. This shared quality between mother and son represented connection that transcended physical absence, legacy that continued despite death's apparent finality. She would be proud of him, he murmured, certainty replacing the questioning tone that often characterized his internal dialogue. Despite her absence, Faye's influence remained present in their daily lives, in the skills she had taught their son, the values she had instilled, the path she had prepared for their journey together. Her foresight continued guiding them long after her physical presence had ended, her planning extending beyond death's boundary in ways that still occasionally startled him with their thoroughness and precision. This too represented legacy of profound significance. The continuation of influence beyond physical existence, the enduring impact of choices made and values embodied. Not immortality as gods conceived it, with their desperate clinging to power and position, but genuine lasting effect through lives touched and changed, through knowledge shared and example provided. Faye understood this truth better than he had. Her preparations focused on what would remain rather than what would be lost when death eventually claimed her. The clouds had continued gathering while he sat in contemplation, the moon now visible only in occasional glimpses between darkening masses that promised substantial rain before morning. Such weather might affect tomorrow's battle, creating additional tactical considerations that would require adjustment to their planned approach. Muddy ground would slow certain movements, while potentially creating advantages for other maneuvers. Limited visibility would impact ranged attacks, while possibly enhancing surprise elements of their strategy. Kratos began calculating these potential adjustments automatically, tactical assessment never entirely abandoned, despite his philosophical wanderings. This capacity for simultaneous consideration of immediate practical concerns, alongside deeper questions, characterized his developing approach to their journey, neither purely strategic nor entirely contemplative, but rather integration that acknowledged both dimensions as essential aspects of meaningful existence. He had been teaching Atreus similar integration, guiding the boy toward balanced perspective that neither disregarded practical necessities nor limited consideration to immediate concerns alone. This middle path required constant adjustment, regular correction when natural tendencies pulled toward either excessive practice. The boy learned quickly but inconsistently, his developing wisdom showing through in unexpected moments while familiar limitations reasserted themselves during times of stress or excitement. Patience, Kratos reminded himself, applying the principle to his expectations for Atreus' development as well as to their current situation, awaiting tomorrow's engagement. Growth required time. Understanding emerged gradually rather than through sudden transformation. His own progress toward balance had taken centuries and remained incomplete. The boy's journey towards similar wisdom would necessarily include missteps and temporary regressions alongside genuine advancement. A sudden break in the clouds allowed moonlight to flood across the landscape once more, illuminating the clearing with silver radiance that emphasized its natural beauty while simultaneously revealing tactical features that would prove significant in coming conflict. This dual perception, appreciating aesthetic quality while calculating strategic implications, exemplified the integrated awareness he hoped eventually to develop more fully in himself and foster in his son. Legacy again, not just specific skills or knowledge, but approach to experience itself, perspective that determined how capabilities would ultimately be applied and for what purpose. Neither Spartan warrior's single-minded focus on victory, nor vengeful god's destructive rage, but something more balanced and potentially constructive. Strength directed by wisdom, power tempered by restraint, capability guided by consideration beyond immediate objective. The distant hunting calls had ceased, the forest falling into deeper silence as night creatures completed their activities or sought shelter from approaching weather. Kratos listened to this quieting with practiced awareness, distinguishing between natural conclusion of nocturnal patterns and unusual silence that might indicate lurking threat. Finding nothing concerning in current stillness, he allowed himself momentary relaxation of constant vigilance, not abandonment of caution, but temporary easing of its most demanding aspect. His thoughts returned to the boy sleeping at their camp below, to the journey they shared, to the uncertain future awaiting them beyond tomorrow's necessary conflict. The path Faye had marked for them led toward destinations she had foreseen, but deliberately left unexplained, trusting them to make appropriate choices when crucial moments arrived, rather than attempting to dictate decisions from beyond death's boundary. This trust represented another dimension of her legacy, confidence in their capability to navigate challenges without constant external direction. Kratos found himself striving towards similar trust with Atreus, gradually allowing the boy greater independence as his skills and judgment developed through experience. Not abandonment of protective responsibility, but recognition that growth required increasing opportunities for autonomous decision and consequent learning. The balance proved challenging to maintain, permitting enough freedom for development, while providing sufficient guidance to prevent catastrophic error. But this too represented an essential aspect of legacy he hoped to establish. Not dependency, but capability. Not blind obedience, but informed choice, based on principles understood and valued for their demonstrated worth rather than merely accepted on authority. The Spartan way had demanded unquestioning compliance with established code. Godly rule required worshipful submission to divine decree. Neither approach produced the kind of internal strength and wisdom he wished for his son. The capacity for self-direction guided by deeply integrated understanding rather than external command. The first drops of rain began falling as he completed this thought, large individual splashes that marked the leading edge of approaching storm. Kratos made no move to seek shelter, the discomfort of dampness insignificant compared to hardships he had endured throughout his long existence. The cooling moisture actually provided welcome counterpoint to his warming thoughts, physical sensation grounding him in present reality, amid contemplation that might otherwise have carried him too far from immediate circumstance. Tomorrow's battle awaited regardless of weather conditions. Necessary engagement they would face with whatever tactical adjustments changing environment might require. The boy would follow his lead as they had practiced, their coordinated movements reflecting months of shared experience and deliberate training. Together they would overcome whatever opposition presented itself, continuing journey that had already carried them through challenges neither could have managed alone. Yet beyond specific conflict lay larger questions that combat skills alone could never resolve. Questions of purpose and meaning, of legacy and responsibility, of what ultimately justified the power they wielded and the choices they made. These deeper considerations would not be settled through tomorrow's battle, nor through any single decision or action, but rather through continuing commitment to awareness that extended beyond immediate objective to broader implications and longer-term consequences. The rain increased steadily, individual drops merging into consistent downpour that obscured distant views and created rhythmic percussion against stone and earth and vegetation. Kratos remained motionless despite increasing discomfort, his physical stillness contrasting with internal movements of thought and emotion that continued their complex patterns beneath outward calm. In this too he provided example, though unwitnessed, endurance not merely of physical hardship, but of uncertainty itself, of questions that resisted simple resolution, yet demanded continued engagement. His gaze turned briefly towards stars still visible through breaks in cloud cover, ancient constellations that had witnessed countless generations rise and fall, innumerable conflicts fought and forgotten, civilizations established and ultimately abandoned to time's relentless progression. Such perspectives simultaneously diminished immediate concerns and emphasized their significance, rendering any single battle mere moment in cosmic timeline, while highlighting the crucial importance of choices made within that moment for those directly affected by their consequences. Another dimension of legacy, the recognition of both limitation and significance, the balanced understanding that acknowledged cosmic insignificance without surrendering to nihilistic disregard for immediate responsibility, neither arrogant presumption of world-changing importance nor defeatist acceptance of complete irrelevance, but rather committed engagement with circumstances directly encountered, with lives directly touched, with choices that affected real beings regardless of their cosmic scale. The rain had soaked him completely now, plastering hair against skull and sending rivulets down scarred flesh that glowed faintly white in remaining moonlight, visible through storm clouds. Still, he maintained his position, allowing physical discomfort to ground his awareness in present reality, while thoughts continued their exploration of legacy's meaning and implication. What ultimately would remain of their journey together? What lasting impact would their shared experiences create for Atreus, for those they encountered, for realms affected by their passage through challenges that seemed increasingly consequential despite his attempts to focus solely on immediate objectives? These questions had no definitive answers, yet they demanded consideration nevertheless, required acknowledgement even when resolution remained necessarily incomplete. The most significant legacy might prove nothing material or measurable, but rather quality of awareness itself, the capacity for choice based on understanding that transcended immediate circumstance without disregarding its practical demands. Not specific skills or knowledge alone, though these served essential purposes, but approach to their application that recognized both efficacy and consequence, both capability and responsibility. This balanced perception represented wisdom he had gained too late to prevent his greatest regrets, yet perhaps early enough to influence his son's developing perspective. A sudden lightning flash illuminated the clearing below with stark brilliance, followed seconds later by thunder that rolled across the landscape with physical force he could feel through stone beneath him. The storm had intensified while he sat in contemplation, the tactical implications for tomorrow's engagement shifting with changing weather conditions. Mud would replace dust. Visibility would depend on cloud patterns rather than angle of sunlight. Footing would require additional attention during maneuvers that might otherwise proceed automatically. Yet the fundamental approach remained unchanged. Assessment leading to strategy, strategy implemented through technique, technique applied with precision, honed through practice and experience. These principles transcended specific conditions, providing framework adaptable to circumstance rather than rigid procedure dependent on particular environment. Such flexibility represented another aspect of legacy he worked to establish. Not fixed solutions, but problem-solving methodology, applicable across varying situations and challenges. The thunder faded gradually, its reverberations diminishing until only the steady rhythm of rainfall remained. Constant percussion against ground and vegetation that would continue through remaining hours of darkness. Kratos finally rose from his seated position, muscles adjusting smoothly despite extended stillness and growing chill. Time had come to return to camp, to check on Atreus's well-being, to ensure their shelter remained adequate against intensifying weather, before allowing himself brief rest in preparation for tomorrow's engagement. The path down from his vantage point proved more challenging than the ascent had been. Rain-slicked surfaces requiring careful placement of each step despite familiarity with terrain. He moved with characteristic precision despite darkness and adverse conditions, each movement deliberate rather than hurried, attention fully present in immediate physical reality rather than distracted by continued contemplation. This too represented lesson he had been teaching Atreus. The ability to shift completely into present awareness when circumstances demanded such focus, setting aside even important considerations that might divert attention from immediate requirements. As he descended toward their camp, another lightning flash briefly illuminated his surroundings, revealing glistening surfaces, streaming water channels, vegetation bending beneath rainfall's steady pressure. The beauty remained evident despite hazardous conditions, another example of perspective that perceived multiple dimensions simultaneously rather than focusing exclusively on practical concerns or aesthetic appreciation alone. He made mental note to point out particular effects to Atreus when morning arrived, continuing subtle instruction in balanced perception that recognized both functional and non-ubiquitarian aspects of their environment. Their shelter came into view as he reached level ground, simple lean-to constructed against massive fallen tree, positioned to block prevailing wind while remaining easily defensible from multiple approaches. The boy had helped build it earlier, demonstrating increasing skill with practical construction techniques they had developed during months of shared travel. The structure appeared intact despite intensifying storm, its carefully angled roof channeling water away from protected space beneath, where Atreus continued sleeping, undisturbed by weather's growing intensity. Kratos paused momentarily, observing his son's peaceful rest from slight distance before approaching their shared shelter. The boy showed no signs of distress or discomfort, despite storm sounds that might have disturbed lighter sleeper. Evidence of growing resilience developed through constant exposure to challenging conditions and environments. This heartiness represented practical achievement worthy of acknowledgement. Physical capacity that would serve essential purposes throughout whatever journey awaited them beyond current challenges. Yet more significant than specific survival skill was developing character revealed through shared experiences. The curiosity that drove continuous learning, the perseverance that maintained effort despite difficulty, the compassion that sometimes emerged unexpectedly amid circumstances that might reasonably justify harder response. These qualities would ultimately determine how capabilities would be directed, what purpose would guide choices made, with increasing independence as the boy matured into his own strength and judgment. Kratos moved quietly toward their shelter, careful not to disturb rest that would prove essential for tomorrow's challenges. As he settled beside his sleeping son, adjusting position to maintain protective stance even in apparent repose, his thoughts returned briefly to the question of legacy that had occupied his hilltop contemplation. No definitive answers had emerged, no absolute certainty regarding what would ultimately remain of their shared journey, or what final impact their choices might create across realms affected by their passage. Yet something had clarified, nevertheless. Recognition that legacy existed not merely in specific skills transmitted or knowledge shared, but in example provided through consistent choice and action, through values demonstrated rather than merely described, through approach to challenge that acknowledged both practical necessity and broader implication beyond immediate objective. This understanding offered no simple solution to questions that continued their complex patterns beneath outward calm, but it provided direction worth pursuing despite inevitable incompleteness of any final resolution. As rain continued steadily outside their shelter, Kratos allowed himself minimal relaxation of constant vigilance. Not surrender to vulnerability, but strategic conservation of energy required for coming challenges. Beside him, Atreus shifted slightly in sleep, unconsciously adjusting position to maintain connection with protective presence he had learned to trust, despite its sometimes stern manifestation. This simple movement carried significance beyond its apparent simplicity. Evidence of bond developed through shared journey that had transformed both participants in ways neither could have anticipated at its beginning. Tomorrow would bring necessary conflict, tactical challenges requiring full attention and coordinated effort. Beyond that immediate engagement lay continuing journey toward destinations not yet fully revealed or understood. But beneath these external movements flowed deeper currents of developing legacy. Not immortality as gods conceived it, but genuine lasting impact through lives touched and changed, through understanding developed and shared, through choices that acknowledged both capability and responsibility in balanced measure, worthy of the trust placed in their combined strength and judgment. The storm continued through darkness, rainfall gradually diminishing as night progressed, toward dawn that would eventually arrive, with or without their readiness to meet its challenges. But they would be prepared nevertheless, not merely with weapons and techniques, but with perspective, shaped through shared experience and mutual influence that represented legacy, already in formation even as their journey continued toward whatever awaited them beyond current circumstance and immediate horizon. And so our journey through the realms draws to a close for tonight. May Hypnos, god of sleep, watch over you as you drift through dreams of legendary proportions. If these tales of gods and monsters helped guide you to restful sleep, consider supporting our journey by liking this video and subscribing to the channel. Your support gives me the strength to continue sharing these stories night after night. Remember, these videos play uninterrupted through the night, with no ads to disturb your slumber, just the soothing sounds of mythic realms to accompany your dreams. For those seeking passage to exclusive content, our Patreon offers early access to all videos and special playlists crafted to enhance your sleep. The link awaits in the description below. Until our next journey together, may your sleep be deep, your dreams be mighty, and your rest be undisturbed by the conflicts of gods and men. Sleep well, brave one.